Alright, hello gamers, welcome back to the show. I am a charming, self-proclaimed and fighting fires host, Mukluk, and today... Nope, it's still spamming stuff. Okay, give me just a minute here. So, I am trying to figure out what is going on. Let me catch you guys up real fast. There's a lot of spam happening in the chat. Stream Elements, which is the hosting platform that I use for my alerts and for the commands in the chat, like exclamation, Guild Wars 2, exclamation, Riftbreaker, whatever. We had like 300 commands. All of those I had to move because Stream Elements is going out of business. So I imported all of them over to Streamlabs, which I used many years ago. However, apparently, as a side effect of that, it also pulled over timers. And I didn't realize it did that. And so all of a sudden it started spamming chat with, today we're playing Guild of Heroes. Today we're playing Raid Shadow Legends. You should buy HelloFresh. Today we're in the Plunderstorm tournament. Which none of that is freaking true. And so I realized during the intro that it imported old timers. And I just went in during the intro, I'll turn that one off, and I started flipping all these switches to off to try to shut them up. And for some reason, some of them are still going. And I don't know why. I do not know why. So, let's see. Like on the YouTube side, they're still spamming. One thing I haven't quite figured out yet is the Twitch and the YouTube both, do they use the same, I'm not yet sure if they both use the same timers screen. Like if I uncheck a box, if it will affect both sides. What was the last one that spammed on the Twitch side? Entropy Survivors, Indiana Jones, Galactic Civ. And then the last one that spammed on the YouTube side was Raid Shadow Legends, Enshrouded, Plunderstorm, and Undead Inc. What the hell? Oh, hey Cass, what's up? Let me see. Hang on. Let me log out of this and log back in and see what happens. Give me just a moment. Log in with Twitch. You gotta upgrade to Ultra? I gotta upgrade to Ultra to shut it up? I certainly hope not. Let's see, Cloudbot. Okay, so I'm in here. There's the timers. There's YouTube timers. Should be a first-time streamer. Not first-time streamer, but we got some dumb stuff in here for sure. Also, it was using an old link that was not accurate. Let's see. Is there a merch link? There's not a merch link. Is there an exclamation merch link? There is not. I swear there was. Exclamation merch. There's that. Let's see. Template? No, no template. Global cooldown. I don't know if that's in seconds or minutes. That's seconds. Okay, that's fine. That's just in case multiple people do it at once. Exclamation merch is already being used by another command with it. What the heck? I just did exclamation merch. It didn't come up. What do you mean? Okay, Twitch side? Exclamation merch. You don't have that command. What the fudge? Muck, what? Did you request access to the command sheet yesterday? I did when I pinged you on the Discord, Cass, whenever that was. I think we've actually got a workaround for that, but if you granted it, then that would be fantastic. All right, hold on. Let me just go to the M's and see what's going on. Maybe just the search thing sucks here. Maybe it's an alias? Maybe I had another command, an exclamation merch was an alias for that command? Exclamation merch. Paste. Advance. 5.5. Confirm. Already in use by another command with the same name. You are a liar. And it should have imported it, because that was on Stream Elements. I don't know what's going on. Well, at least the spam stopped on the YouTube side. So maybe unchecking those boxes just had a queue or something. Anyway, yeah, apparently Stream Elements realized that giving everybody free awesome software wasn't profitable, and they went out of business, or are about to go out of business. So I gotta get all my stuff off of there. And that's what I have spent hours doing today. I've gotten all of the exclamation commands off there. I apparently pulled the timers as well, and I didn't realize that. And also, what was the other thing? YouTube alerts. Twitch alerts are going to take longer. There's more depth to that. So I got the YouTube alerts off of there, and I need to do the Twitch ones, which I'll do that tomorrow. But yeah, I've spent like half of today working on this. Stream Elements is in conversations to try and not go bankrupt. Maybe you could have waited a bit more. Well, Plague, here's the thing. I had like 300 commands, right? Which you're seeing the pages of them in front of you right now. And my fear was that they would shut down without me having gotten the stuff off of there. So in the worst case scenario, this is a preventative measure. Because, you know, they are under... If they just turned everything off, then I'm just SOL, right? So, let's see. On the original... Yeah, Casual Geeky Girl was here when Flute Girl's account was born. And she... Flute was so nice, and then, like, Cass trained her, and then she got, like, jaded ever since then. Just put the dev stream tag in the stream title and confused everyone why you work. Why did that alert not go off? The Twitch alerts have not been touched. They should still be going. Why did Tamanson's alert not go off? Hold on. Let me go over to the Twitch alerts and just play something from the history. Did he use the bad word? I mean, that's a patron sound. That's a patron sound. Let me see. Activity feed. Okay. This was someone's subscriber message yesterday. Let me see if this works. Okay, it's making sound.
You should claim the guild tag
yes.
alone would feel like
right,
you're
skip that. Okay, so yeah, it's working. So I'm guessing Tamanson's thing just had a bad word in it that I just don't even see. I'm not sure why that one didn't play. Acceptors didn't play because it was below the threshold, which is 300 bits. Okay, what's going on with merch? Okay, so my thought right now is there's something else in here, and merch is an alias on it. Because, like, for example, I could do exclamation mastery and then set masteries as an alien on it. What is another exclamation something that I might have for merch? Merch? Merchandise? No, we've already checked the M's. It's not merchandise. Loot, stuff, hats, blankies. Probably not. Plush. There was a plushie command in here, but that was pointing to the campaign that has stopped. It was not that. Shop, exclamation shop or store. It's not shop. Story time. No, it's not store. Okay, so the stuff in here kind of sucks, or the search thing kind of sucks. Variables, custom, default, counters, variables. I just don't believe Flute has the capacity to be nice. Lol. Lindsay Murdoch, who worked on Guild Wars Nightfall, Eye of the North and Beyond, and then moved to lead designer Guild Wars 2 until she left Arena in 2021, has joined 2 weeks to work on Guild Wars Reforged. Oh, neat. That's pretty neat. Wait. Oh, wait. Is it a default command? Hold on. Is it something that's in default so I can't... That's why. You piece of crap. Get this out of here. Or I'll just rename it. Okay. That's why. So, okay, so on the Streamlabs platform, it was a default command, so my custom command didn't get imported. Oh, are there any others in here? Hold on, let me just gloss over these. If I had any commands with the same name as these, they didn't get pulled. Second is that title. Safe mode. No, I've got the shield thing. That's fine. Gamble. gamble. I could give you guys gamble abilities. Okay, let's see if this works. Anyway, gave your editor, feel free to copy paste the sheet, form a new one. Thank you, Cass. As you can see, we were trying to get a backup in case everything went down before I could finish moving it over. And then we realized we couldn't edit the sheet, which we haven't needed to in ages. So really appreciate that. This allows us to basically have a backup in case something like this happens again, so that this whole process is easier in the future. All right. All right, so I'm going to do exclamation merch on both Twitch and YouTube and see what happens. At the very least, it is freaking slow. It's really slow. Wait, do I have to hit save somewhere? Promotes your Streamlabs. Wait, no, this isn't even on. What is happening? Okay, hold on. You know what? Oh, can I not even delete this? That's seconds. Okay, that's fine. Alright, enable. That's really weird, because it wasn't enabled. It did respond on YouTube, and it responded wrong. Okay. So on Twitch, it responded with a link. Let me just plug that into a browser. Yes. Okay, so Twitch is fine. What the fudge is happening? So on YouTube, it's doing the correct link, and then it's also doing the wrong link. What? YouTube. Commands. How is this possible? YouTube syncs? It's not YouTube, it's this. Merch. Okay. Yeah, shop at fourth wall. Yeah, that's the one. Twitch has cookies. Yeah, so like Shugo did merch. And it said, the new merch store is here. There's the fourth wall. That's the real one. And then it also responded with one. And it's from Streamlabs, so I'm in the right place. And then it responds with this thing, which is also wrong. I hate this because, like, YouTube, the chat window is gone when you're not live. So I could not test anything on the YouTube side when I wasn't live. On Twitch, I was able to test some things. But obviously, you know, having hundreds of people here is a better stress test than one Mukluk. Let me try just some other commands. Let's see, hold on. Commands, I'm just gonna do this. Let's see, YouTube. Wait, what the fudge? Hold on. Alright, so Twitch worked there. So I did exclamation YouTube. And it said, buy some merch. And then it did the YouTube thing. And then it did this. And then it did a merch again. Oh, maybe because Sand did it. Yeah, it's responding to everything twice. Okay. It's still going. Sand, shut up for a second. I'm literally trying to fix stuff. You can't even spell. Hold on a sec. Time out. Just go away for a minute. Okay. Holy shit. All right. Let's try this. Exclamation Discord. Let's see what happens. Yeah, okay, it's responding to... Okay, I think I see what's happening. So it's like... Everything's hooked up twice. Let's see. What am I logged in with right now? Hold on, let me move this over here for a sec. So it's like the Streamlabs chatbot is hooked up to the chat 2 times right now. So, let me do this. Log out. Log back in. log in as YouTube. Log in as MuklukYoutube. Log in as this. Log in as this. Yes. Oh, check this out. When you connect Streamlabs, it's like, do you want to give them permission to delete all your videos? Tempting, but no. All right. CloudBot. Okay. And from here, I'm going to deactivate the CloudBot. All right, I'm just going to deactivate the CloudBot on both sides. All right. And then I'm going to log out. And then I'm going to sign back in as a Twitcher. Okay. So right now, if I do, I'm just going to do, I don't know, exclamation Discord. I'm just going to do this, and it should do nothing. We're going to find out in a second. Why is it plugging frigging Plunderstorm again? Okay, it did respond. So it did not turn off the thing. So I just disabled the CloudBot, and it's still talking in chat. Which is very impressive. So Twitch inactive, YouTube inactive. What the heck? Let me hit another one. Okay, so somehow the Streamlabs chatbot was connected to the YouTube side twice. And I need to figure out how to disconnect the one that's still there. I mean, I could ban it, but then it wouldn't respond at all. Oh my god. I love tech resolution streams. I don't. I don't. Maybe kick it? What's the disgusting React title? I'm gonna do disgusting React content. It's not a real stream if there's no technical difficulties. Oh, then we are super real here. Okay, where was it? Dashboard. Stream? No, I don't need that. I assume React's a Teapot's vid? Oh, no, actually, it's not. It is not that. Don't you have any old software using the bot? For Streamlabs? No. This is something I set up today is malfunctioning. Otherwise, it wouldn't be. Like, look, it's like even using old timers. Like, you should try Enshrouded. You should try Plunderstorm. Blah, 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 blah. Like, there's, like, it's like a copy of the bot that I had right here that I'm having trouble figuring out how to access. You didn't see it? I did see it. I watched it. I'm not just freaking. God, shut up. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Let me see. Hang on. Sign out of this. Okay. Log in. Am I gonna ban us all? Yeah, you better run. Okay, CloudBot. Where is it? That's not it. Back button. Chatbot. Just Display your chat. Wait, what? No chat. Oh no, not chat box. That's not what I need. It is CloudBot. Okay, YouTube inactive, Twitch inactive. And now it's spamming about the Extra Life campaign. Luck has ADH squirrel. No, it's not that. It's like, Plag's like, you didn't see it, and I never said I didn't see it. And I didn't have the energy to tell someone that they were falsely accusing me of something because they didn't understand. It's like, Jesus Christ. Sign out or disable the bot you have access right now and try one command. I mean, it says it's inactive. Okay, hang on a second. Let me remove as moderator. Okay. Streamlabs, remove it? Oh, that just removes the message. That doesn't, like, kick them or anything. Okay. Alright, so let's see if I do this. Will it still respond even though I removed it as a moderator? Yeah, it still responds. So that doesn't stop it. Wonder if the display will sync with the server when you log out and in. What do you mean when I log out and in? Is Stream Element 1 still connected to YouTube? Yes. But I would like to fix this now if I can. Streamlabs bot. Let's see, Streamlabs CloudBot disabled, but still responding in YouTube chat. Let's see what Google AI says. It is likely the CloudBot toggle glitched and is stuck as active, or an older Streamlabs chatbot application is still running in the background. Log into the dashboard, navigate to CloudBot, turn the CloudBot slider completely off. Done. Wait 5 to 10 minutes, then turn it back on. Post a test command to see if the reset took effect. Alright. Eeny, meeny, miny. Exclamation merch. Okay, it came up once on the Twitch side. There's the correct one on the YouTube side. Did that freaking do it? We already tried off and on again, so was the answer off and on and off and on and off and on again? That simple? I just had to do one more off and on again? What's the old meme? Tell the idiots in the office to make sure they reboot 3 times before they call you? Okay. Let's hit this one. Didn't it say to turn it off and then wait? Yeah, but we had already been waiting a few minutes, Cass, so that condition was already fulfilled. Okay, now it's spamming about Wanderstop, which is in timers, and it is disabled. Now it's doing all the spam. Mock me! Why? Okay. Alright, for now... Can I put them in timeout for, like, 5 hours? Alright. I'm just gonna put Streamlabs in timeout for 24 hours. My options were 30 minutes or 24 hours. So I am going to put Streamlabs in timeout for 24 hours. So YouTube chatbot is not going to be working today. And we will see if maybe at the start of the next stream, if it is working properly. I don't know how this happened, but there are there's like the correct bot and another one that is almost the same but dumber are connected to that chat at the same time. So that's it. I'll just ban it for now. And then it'll come back tomorrow and we'll see what happens. Okay. It was StreamerBot? Yeah, it was the CloudBot on here. There was an issue on both Twitch and YouTube where it imported every old timer I've ever had. So like every old promotion I ever did was promoting it once. We fixed that pretty quickly, but then also everything was getting doubled on YouTube because there was like, the bot was connected 2 times, and when I would edit things, it wasn't taking effect on the second bot, which was being really weird. I'm not sure what that was about. Okay. All right, well, welcome to the stream. 35 minutes in. That's the stuff. All right. Well, for anyone who missed it, Stream Elements is going out of business. So trying to make sure that we still have all our commands and our alerts in the future, I spent today trying to get everything that we use, which was like 300 commands, off of Stream Elements and onto Streamlabs. However, somehow that caused a problem on the YouTube side, which I will be continuing to troubleshoot. I've got the YouTube alerts copied over. I will not know if they're working until someone like, gives a membership or something like that, which I'm not asking for. That'll happen in time. But we will see if that works properly. It did in my testing. Then the Twitch alerts are more complex because we've got all of the scares. Like if someone gives a sub, do this, but if someone gives 10 subs, do this sound effect. If someone does 666 bits, do the scare. I've got to set up all of these variations, and so that's going to take a lot longer. So I'm going to be working on that tomorrow. So the Twitch alerts should still be on Stream Elements right now. I had no idea Stream Elements is its own company. Yep, it is. It is indeed. I said I wasn't begging for it. Thank you. Oh! Look down to the bottom right. It's even saying all the names. That's cool. I didn't know it would do that. That's a whole separate system. That is not something we touched today. That's part of the merge chat thing, apparently. That's neat. Well, Ogre JD, thank you for the gifted memberships. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. I really do. So, at the very least, we can confidently say that gifting memberships alert is working. It is working. Thank you, sir. We're here to stress test. You're here to stress me out, Sand. That's why it's called a stress test. All right, but going forward, if any of you do an exclamation command and it doesn't show up the way that you would think it does, let me know. Just yell at me like you always have. For example, someone noticed a little while ago that the exclamation merch thing was not kicking back the correct information, and I fixed it. So if you see any other commands that are not working, either they're not responding or they're not spitting back the correct information, tell me. And I will, at the very least, write it down and fix it as soon as possible. I hit a lot of bumps today, and I think I fixed all the ones I hit, but just since starting the stream, I found like 5 more, and have fixed 4 of them and banned 1 of them. So we will see how it goes. Be sure that old Humble Bundle thing is disabled. Oh no. Yeah, that was an alert on Humble Bundle's side. That was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. Okay. They allow merge chats now? Yeah, Varethi, a couple of months back, Twitch finally lifted that rule that, because the rule was if you're streaming on Twitch plus anywhere else, you cannot show the anywhere else chat on the stream on Twitch. And no one else cared about that. Like if you were streaming to Facebook Gaming and also YouTube and also Rumble and also Kick, they didn't care if you merged the chat, but Twitch cared. Like some kind of mean ex-girlfriend or something. So then they finally said, you know what, we realized we're stupid, you can do it. And that thing in the bottom right allows Twitch and YouTube to talk to each other if they wish. My vocals have been especially crap today, so starting with a cup of tea and some ibuprofen. And banned 1 of them. So much for violence is never the answer. Yeah. Okay. So, I got a couple of plans for today, chat. We are going to do a couple things. We are going to be writing the script for the World v World Legendary Trinket. I've got the footage of all the essential elements from our World v World gameplay for the last 2 days. Additionally, there was a video. Let me go into React mode here. Here we go. So, we have got a very attractive first frame here on this video from Evan 4K. I have never seen this individual's work before, but a bunch of people sent this to me, and they were like, hey, this guy has some good conversation. You should check this out. I watched the first couple of minutes, and I was like, you know what? I will. So, shout out to Evan. I'm going to link this in the chat if any of you want to watch it or update it, all that good stuff, and I'll do that again at the end. So, let's see what Evan has to say for 5 reasons Guild Wars 2 frustrates players.
Guild Wars 2 has proven that it is one of the best MMOs on the market, launching over 10 years.
Hold on a second. I just remembered there are some mere mortals here. I will slow it down from my normal YouTube speed.
Guild Wars 2 has proven that it is one of the best MMOs on the market, launching over 10 years ago and still going strong. But you can't have good without the bad. There are always things that could be improved, some things that might not be very good for the game. I've talked a lot in the past about the best things about Guild Wars 2. Now it's time to acknowledge...
Why did no one link me that one? I have never seen this individual's work before now. No one linked me, hey Muck, you should check out this video on the best things about Guild Wars 2. I know, I hear about this guy when he makes a video about the horrible things about Guild Wars 2. Then a bunch of people link it to me. You guys are such drama addicts. Oh my god.
Some of the worst things. Or maybe if you don't want to be too negative, we can just call it areas of improvement. The first thing that I have to acknowledge right off the bat is that the game is too easy. Of course, this could be subjective, but
I'll let him finish making his point, then I'll do input.
But hear me out on this. Generally speaking, every combat encounter is pretty straightforward. There isn't a whole lot of complexity to fighting at all. Once you grasp the basic mechanics, such as a rotation, avoiding red AoE circles, and dodge rolling away from danger, that's about it. It doesn't go much further from there.
Okay, so as he's saying this, he's showing open world. And he's right. He's right. I just recently did the Hardcore Craftlock Challenge, where I went through the entire base game all the way up to Zaitan on a character without ever dying. And you know what? It wasn't even difficult. There was a couple of times when I was like, there's some guys fighting a bounty over there. It's a gold mob, I'll join in. Whoa, I got clipped, almost died. That was a mistake. But that was when I was like punching way above my pay grade. Like, anything else was fine. And there's a few reasons for that. Like, most of the mobs don't have curveballs. Like, you don't find a mob that occasionally has warrior greatsword skills, you know? Or mobs that have stun breaks, you know? Like, if they wanted to make the open world harder, I would say, one, like, sprinkle some class abilities onto some of the random mobs. You know, do something like that. And then also, another reason that the world is very, very easy... And I'm not asking them to change this, I'm just saying it. We get fully healed when we're out of combat after like 2 seconds. That is part of the reason that hardcore challenges in games like World of Warcraft are so freaking difficult, is when you get out of combat and you're like barely escape, you gotta find a place where you can sit down and eat a chicken wing for 30 seconds because you're still in danger. Like, you're still low health and you're trying to find a safe spot where you can rest. We just snap back to full in like 2 seconds. And again, in games like WoW, and I'm just comparing it to WoW because I've played a lot of WoW in the past. In games like WoW, if you are fighting and you get just like a second mob or a third mob aggroed onto you, that's really scary. In our game, you're naturally faster than almost everything. You could just run circles around them, shooting them. We have a self-heal that pops every 20 to 24 seconds, depending on the class. Our sustain is stupid compared to everything else. I will say that you know, that doesn't apply to the whole game. Like, game is too easy obviously doesn't apply to everything. There are fractal challenge modes, there are raid challenge modes that are just infinitely harder. But it is very common for players to get to max level doing 2 to 4k DPS, and they don't realize the people around them are doing 30. Like, the disparity is very wide. Like, in World of Warcraft, if you got the best hunter in the game pumping damage and the worst hunter in the game pumping damage, let's say this is the difference between them. In our game, if you've got the best ranger in the game pumping damage, the worst ranger in the game is like way down here. He's below the healers. Like, it is shocking how wide the disparity can be because we have so much freedom in things like buildcraft. You know, like, you can make some truly awesome and some truly horrible things.
Open world event, meta event, dungeon, fractal, raid can be completed with not much difficulty. A large contributor to this, I would say, is power creep. Over the years, new things like elite specs or stat combos have been added to.
This is true. If you just look at the game 8 years ago and look at the game now, that it's blatantly obvious. When the Heart of Thorns added raids, it was scaled so that each person in the raid was doing if everyone in the raid that was a DPS was doing 8 to 10k, you could kill the boss. Now, again, we're pumping 30. If you're on a group and you're fighting Gorseval and you actually have to do the gliding mechanic, most people think you're bad. If you've only been raiding a few months, you might not even know he has a gliding mechanic because your group's just blasted through it every time. We skip entire phases of boss mechanics these days. So yeah, the power creep is absolutely a thing. That's why not long ago when they did that big nerf to everyone, they were trying to nerf everyone by about 15% across the board. And people asked me what I thought about it. I was like, great, they need to do it 2 more times. Now, no one agreed with me. They're not hiring Mukluk, so you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, it's still crazy. Also, just this latest round of elite specs, every one of them, Ritualist, Luminary, Paragon, they came onto the scene busted. And some of them have been nerfed a bit in that latest round of nerfs, but for the most part, they are all still pretty busted. So, yeah, power creep is a thing.
The game. And most of the time, they are more effective than the old ones, which leads the older ones to be rebalanced.
And when he says most of the time, it's 95% of the time. There are some niche situations, mostly in PvP, where you could be like, oh yeah, core necro is great. But when you're in anything PvE, elite spec is better than the non-elite spec. 99.9% of the time in PvE. In PvP, you could be like, oh yeah, you can make core engineer work. You can make a core necro work, sure. But it's when you add Firebrand as that elite specialization, you get 3 additional weapons. That's staggeringly good.
Along with the new. However, older content doesn't usually get changed. So this old content that was originally created without any of these new things in mind will now be very easy to complete. I have noticed that I don't really feel challenged anymore in this game, and that can feel really boring. Open world events always succeed if there are a few players there. Meta events never fail if you're in a populated map.
I will say that is true, with the exception of the one time they tried to make a really tough open world event and there was a lot of kickback on that, and that was Dragon's End. Dragon's End can still fail. But yeah, I would agree with him that most metas on most maps, you got enough bodies there and you're gonna win it.
Fractals or raids are generally not that bad. I have taken players that have never done fractals before into tier 3 or 4, and they have been totally fine. They're not a liability, they're not falling behind. I honestly think that over the years the game has just gotten too easy. Sure, there are outlier areas like legendary difficulty raids, but that's just one single thing in this massive game. The development has gone in a direction of making the game more accessible, so that could explain why a low overall difficulty is what they're going for. However, for many players, there is no challenge anymore. The difficulty just isn't there. So if you're a player that likes to push for difficult content or just have a little challenge every once in a while, you won't find that here in Guild Wars 2. The first point...
I like how he says you won't find challenge here as he shows footage of him failing a mechanic, getting knocked off a boat into a school of piranhas. That was certainly a choice to play that footage at that moment, but I respect it.
It can segue right into the next one, and that is, combat does not require skill. Now I know that's quite a bold claim, but I think it's the unfortunate truth. Of course combat can require skill, but generally speaking, widely across the game, it doesn't.
Okay, thinking about this statement, I would say that even if you don't know what you're doing, but you know how to move out of red circles and hit your heal button when you need to heal and hit the enemy, you will win most fights. But if you do know what you're doing, you'll win them 10 times faster. Let's see what he has to say.
Start with combat at an individual level. Whatever build you're using, there will be an ideal rotation in which to use your skills. If you were to just randomly spam your skills with no care, you will still deal a decent amount of damage. Of course, you could deal more damage if you follow the recommended rotation, but if you don't, nothing bad even happens. And I have tested this. I've been in a raid before where I just randomly start pressing buttons, just disregard my rotation completely, and it was totally fine.
So he played like an elementalist.
Wasn't even the lowest DPS player, if you could believe it. Some builds can be more complex than others, but many builds have been created to allow you to put in the least amount of effort possible. Those low effort builds even sometimes out DPS the complex high skill builds, which I think illustrates my point that combat doesn't require skill. When in a group, things get even easier. Group content has evolved to consist of standing in one place, stacked on top of your squad. Your whole squad will be loaded up with every buff, boon, and heal they
I have done videos where I had talked about the boon system in the game and how I would change it, but he's absolutely right. Like, I would love a world where the people, like the Deadeyes with rifles and the Rangers with longbows, were in the back and shooting and not stacked with the people with daggers and swords. Let them live their class fantasy. I would love that. But there are two things that prevent that. One is the boon system, and everybody's stacking for boons, and the second is the heal system, which is everybody is stacking for heals. If you're in World v World, then there's a third thing, which is damage distribution, which by everyone being piled up and the enemy is constantly firing attacks that hit 5 people at a time into a pile of 50 people, it's really easy to distribute that damage and keep people alive. But because of the boon and the heal system, PvE is always stacked, and thus the ranged people are stacked with the melee most of the time. And I also wish that was different. I have talked on that before.
Could need. Some combat mechanics you can actually just ignore because your squad will just out-heal it. And this circles right back around into the first point that the game is too easy. Since combat as a whole generally doesn't require skill, that ends up making the game far too easy. Okay, now let's move on to a different topic. The next worst thing about Guild Wars 2 is the content release format. This is something that even longtime players cannot deny anymore, myself included.
Okay, before he even says it, I'm curious if he's going to be talking about the yearly release cadence or the fact that over the lifetime of the game, they have changed the format like 4 times. So I'm wondering like what he's going to focus on here.
I will admit I used to ignore this or even make excuses for it. The way content is released for Guild Wars 2 has changed a lot over the years, and it gives the feeling of getting less content or even getting underdeveloped, rushed content. If we look back at early expansions like Heart of Thorns, Path of Fire, or End of Dragons,
Okay, hold on. So these two, sure, but there was like a 5 or 6 year gap between these two where we thought the game was done and they weren't adding anything more. So I would not call End of Dragons an early expansion because it was a long time after release that they finally came back and did EOD, and we were all pleasantly surprised that they were making more.
It released as a whole complete expansion with living story episodes in between to bridge the gaps. However, now on the newer expansions like Secrets of the Obscure, Janthier Wilds, or Visions of Eternity, they now release the expansion in separate blocks each quarter. While this does allow them to have more content releases over the course of a year, it ends up making each release smaller, which gives the feeling that the whole expansion is smaller. Secrets of the Obscure launched August 22nd, 2023. Only story chapter 1 to 10 and access to 2 maps. November 7th, 2023, the next 3 chapters and gave access to a small part of the 3rd map. February 27th, 2024, 3 more chapters and added another portion of that 3rd map. May 21st, 2024, the last 3 chapters and the last little portion of that 3rd map.
So really quickly here, in case a non-Guild Wars 2 player is watching this, just to show, like, here's the world map, blah, blah, blah. So Secrets of the Obscure was this. So there was this, and there was this city, and then there was this. And then in the first release, you got a third of this map, And on the second release, you got a third of this map. And on the third release, you got a third of this map. And then, let me tell you, like, the players weren't really happy with that, but neither was the company. They were like, you know what? We see that y'all didn't like this, and they didn't do that again. So, he's completely right, but I will point out that they seem to have learned from that, because they didn't freaking do that again. So, I think it's worth saying that. I think it's worth throwing that out there.
Instead of releasing an expansion all at once, they spread it out over each quarter, and they have followed this format for the next expansions as well. You could look at this and say,
okay, so they followed this format for the next expansions as well. Kind of. So they did do the quarterly releases. So that was Secrets of the Obscure. Janthier Wilds had this map and this map at launch, and then we also had like a Convergence and a Raid right here. And then later on, they added this map. And then on another release, they added this map. You have to zoom in for the fog of war to go away. So there was more bigger maps on this one. They didn't do the thing where they just cut up a map into 3 slices. So they definitely learned with that before going into Janthier. And then currently, we're in Visions of Eternity. And there was one big full map, a second big full map at launch. And then we just had a quarterly release thing. And then they added this big map, and then there is one more big map that is supposed to be coming for a total of 4 big maps for that yearly cycle. So they did learn from that. Also, I don't know when he's going to pause here, so I want to say this now. He mentioned, like, he made comparisons to Living World and like End of Dragons and stuff like that. The game had this system called Living World, and if you're not a Guild Wars 2 player, I want to touch on that really fast. Living World is kind of like free content updates that they were adding. And so there was like the base game, there was like Living World Season 1 and 2, which was just like patches with story and maybe a few maps. Then Heart of Thorns. If you're playing for the story, you wanted to play the Living World before that. And then there was some Living World stuff, and then there was Path of Fire, and then there was some Living World stuff, and then there was like a 5-year period where everybody thought they were done with the game. Then I guess they got more funding, and then they made End of Dragons. Now, Living World stuff, if you were an active player when it came out, you just received it as like a free content update. It was just added to your account and unlocked forever. But if you came to the game later, then you would have to pay to unlock it. And you'd pay gems, which is either cash 2 gems using the cash shop in the game, or gold 2 gems. So if you just had played the game a ton, you could turn gold into that. Now, that is a terrible business plan. When your product is brand new and it's the most desired, they gave it away for free. And then later, when it was less desired, they put a price tag on it. And I can only, and again, this is for a game that did not have a subscription model. So I can only imagine this was terrible for business. And they did stop doing that. Because like, if you think about it, they had Path of Fire, and then the whole time they were doing Living World Season 4, the only time they would make money is if a new player bought the expansions, or if they sold some pretty outfits in the gem store, or something like that. So I don't know what their bottom line was, but it can't have been good. And I think the fact that they stopped doing that shows that it was not successful for them. So I think that's worth mentioning, that, like, yeah, they were releasing more free stuff, but it was probably running them out of business doing it the way they were doing it, which is why they stopped.
Well, it lets them have more content releases. However, each of those releases is quite small. Most of the time, players will fly through each release in the first day or two. There could be many reasons as to why they do it this way. We won't know for sure. My theory is that expansions are not completely done by the time of the initial release. So the quarterly release schedule lets them work on an expansion little bits at a time, instead of having the complete product ready to go all at once.
So again, going back to his calendar, when they released the final chunk of Secrets of the Obscure, the next expansion, Janthier Wilds, was released 3 months later. Yeah, it wasn't done. Because they were trying out a yearly release schedule, it was like, game comes out, 3 months after launch, here's another chunk of it. 6 months after launch, here's another chunk of it. And 9 months after launch, here's the last chunk of it. 1 year after launch, here's the next expansion. And keep in mind, they've got a smaller dev team than something like Blizzard. So yeah, they were absolutely just, they had a pipeline, And their goal was every 3 months, have a quarter of a new expansion complete. And they did that for, we're going on 3 years of them doing that.
Maybe that's a more manageable workflow for them, who knows. But I think the issue with this is that it gives players the feeling that content releases are becoming smaller and development might even be slowing down. It might also make players lose interest in the current expansion, since they only get to play a few episodes, then have to wait months for the next one. It's not...
I think that depends on who you ask, because there are some players that love raids. And they love doing the same raids over and over and over, or the same fractals over and over, or PvP, or World v World. And they are very happy to go months, maybe even years, just doing their favorite game mode. And when a release cycle releases something that affects that game mode, they are super excited. Like, new builds come out in this expansion, and that it causes a ripple effect across every game mode in the game. Now you've got ritualists running out around in World v World. You've got luminaries running around in PvP. You've got gale shots, and things like that. And this affects all of the game modes. And with the story, it's like, yeah, the story is getting released slowly, but I would say that it's like, I personally, I like the story. I criticize the story when it's bad. I am happy when it's good. So I do comment on the story, but it's like, there's so much in this game that when you're waiting on the story to come out with the next chunk, it's not like there's nothing else to do. I see where he's coming from, but I wanted to just share my thoughts on that.
Uncommon for some players to wait until an expansion is completely released before buying. That way they can better determine if it will be worth it for them.
44 months had to interrupt.
Thanks, Sherlock.
If a full expansion is released and turns out to be underwhelming, they'll probably just pass on it. We're going to stay on the topic of expansions for the next point. The next worst thing about Guild Wars 2 is that expansion content feels required just to play the game. Now, I'm not just talking about getting the expansions to get more of the story or open up access to more
Probably going to talk about power creep with elite specs.
The world. It actually goes a lot further than that. The first bit is elite specs. Now, this is an obvious one. Elite specs offer...
Second bit is going to be things like expanded weapon proficiencies, weapon master training.
Many new ways to play your chosen class. They open up many possibilities in build crafting. However, the elite specs are all much better than the core classes. So if you were to, say, go into high-level fractals as a core class, you would feel at a disadvantage than the other players playing elite specs. Some elite specs can apply boons like quickness and alacrity or offer healing. Since group content requires those things, what happens if you don't have the spec to fill those roles and your party needs you to do that? You might be out of luck and get in the boot. Elite specs...
Okay, so really quick on this note, normal group content in this game, you'd look at a group of 5 people, right, for like dungeons or fractals. There is a healer, there is a offensive support, so there is a person who is providing buffs to the party that the healer was not able to provide, and then there's 3 greedy DPSs. Now, could a core build fulfill one of those DPS roles? Absolutely. Just because, you aren't a healer doesn't mean you get the boot unless you joined and said you were a healer and then they're like, why aren't you healing? Then of course, but there are still three of 5 slots of any party can be fulfilled by anyone. However, he is absolutely right that almost always elite specs are better than core classes at whatever they do in PvE. In PvP, not always true, but in PvE, yes.
Are of course not mandatory to play the game, but I think it would be disingenuous to not acknowledge that they offer significant benefits.
They do.
And will make certain content easier since elite spec builds can be much more effective. But there
However, I would also say, just to devil's advocate here, if you let's say you were playing Guild Wars 2 and then an expansion came out and they're like, we added new elite specs. They're worse than the current ones. What the hell would we have to get excited about? Of course, they are going to put good, desirable things in their expansions to make you want to buy it. That's true for literally any game, right? Now, their goal should make it, their goal should be that the new stuff is of equal power to what you have, but provides a different, interesting way to play. You know, like maybe if the game didn't have an archer, they add an archer. Or if it didn't have a guy that could shoot fireball out of his hands, now there's a guy that shoots fireballs out of his hands. You know, it provides a new way of playing, but what it does should be nearly as effective as the things it's competing with. That's not always the case. However, I think it's natural for a game to add features that make you want to buy the expansion when you get the expansion. Like, imagine like someone's playing Warcraft 3 and they're playing against someone else, and the other person bought the Frozen Throne expansion, and the other guy's got access to like the Pit Lord hero or the Goblin Tinker and like the Dark Ranger, the Crypt Lord, and he's like, this is pay to win. It's like, well, yeah, he bought the expansion. Like, I think it's completely natural in any game that there is power in the expansion because the game developers want you to buy it.
There are other things. Raids are locked behind expansions. Certain legendary...
To be clear, that's the specific expansion. Like, the Heart of Thorns raids require Heart of Thorns. The Path of Fire raids require Path of Fire, etc., etc. It's not like you have to always have the most recent expansion to access all raids. It's like each chunk is with whatever it came with.
Gear is locked behind expansions.
This guy's an idiot. No, Sand, I don't agree with that at all. I do agree with what he's saying, but at the same time, I think it's worth pointing out that some of this like is okay.
Many maps with some of the best open world content is all locked behind expansions. Game-changing masteries like mounts or gliding, locked behind expansions.
Again, that is to make them desirable so you purchase it. If you take everything interesting that they've added in expansions and make it free, there's no reason at all you would buy the expansions. And then how do they make money? We start getting a monthly bill, like World of Warcraft. Like, yes, they need to have the expansion things locked behind the expansions.
We cannot deny that the expansion content feels required if you want to be able to keep up with other players. Okay, so I will say, because I got a referral link, I'm basically selling this game all the time to people. Now, I don't work for Arena though, so I can always also say when something sucks, and that's fine. Usually if I get someone new into the game, and they're like, what expansions do I need? What I usually tell them is you can play 100 hours or hundreds of hours with just the free-to-play base game before deciding if you want to buy anything. Right? Yeah, you can get to max level on the free trial if you want to, which is very generous compared to many MMOs. You can get all the way to max level, you could do like world map completion, and then decide if you wanted to get an expansion or something like that. And while you're waiting, you could see if maybe a sale happens before that time comes. You don't have to buy it right away. Now, if you like Guild Wars 2, buying the expansions gives you more Guild Wars 2. You know, it gives you more stuff to do if you are like, man, that was great, I want more of that. But you don't have to do that right away. Now, he's talking about comparing to other players, and I agree with him. If you are in a raid and you're a core warrior and the guy next to you is a berserker, he's probably going to do more damage than you. If you are a core guardian and the guy next to you is like a willbender, he'll probably be more effective than you. Not always, but frequently. And I do agree with him on that. Thing I want to touch on here is old content. Old content has been forgotten. The focus of development has been put entirely on new content to the point where old content gets ignored. Just look at dungeons.
Okay, hold on. He is right, but I think that's a weird thing to focus on because, like, how often does World of Warcraft go back and buff Ragefire Chasm? I think they did it once, like when Cataclysm came out. Or how often do they go back and revamp the Dead Mines? I mean, they really don't. Now, I agree with him. It is true that they don't often go back and, like, overhaul old content, but I don't think most MMOs do. Now, believe me, I would love for them to change the finale of the Zaitan fight. It's hella stupid. I would love, like, dungeons, like, you've got something that they could, like, give those a makeover and then add them to the fractal pool, you know, if they did some touch-ups on them, and, like, half the work's already done. So I do agree with what he's saying, but I find it odd that he's focusing on that.
Was the last time you even cared about dungeons at all? Except for maybe the rare times when they give a little dungeon rush event to make us think that they care about dungeons. When was
usually the last time I cared about a dungeon? I think I was working on the legendary rebreather and I had to do a dungeon for it.
The last time you were excited to go to a base game map to do anything? Have you ever thought, oh
wait, a base game map? Dude, okay, I do that for like world bosses and stuff almost daily. Like, you know, Triple Trouble and Shadow Behemoth and stuff like that. I go to base game maps daily. So yeah, that'll depend on who you ask. But I mean, there are some people I know that never leave World v World. So it truly depends on who you ask.
Oh boy, I can't wait to play the same mid-level fractals again for the 100th time. A lot of the game's older content has no reason to do it. Either the rewards are not there or the content just isn't engaging. So experienced players won't bother touching it at all. But where I think this is a...
To be fair, other than when I had to do a dungeon for the Legendary Rebreather, I haven't done dungeons in a very, very long time. So he is right. He is right.
Bigger problem is the newer players who are just getting to that content for the first time will have no one to play it with. They might try to get a group for a dungeon only to wait an hour with no one joining. They could wander around.
So if anyone here is watching this and they haven't played Guild Wars 2 before, the reason is that dungeons were replaced by a thing called fractals. And so fractals are shorter and they pay better. So it's kind of a win-win. They absolutely should go back to dungeons and revisit stuff. I 100% agree with them. I don't know if they ever will. But the reason that dungeons are, often lacking in people is because all the people interested in 5-man content are doing fractals. There's also another thing called Dragon Response Missions. Same thing. It was less. It was deemed less profitable than fractals, so most people do fractals instead of DRMs or dungeons.
Maps and not come across anyone. Open world events might actually fail since there's no one nearby to help them or show them mechanics.
Okay, so open world events can fail. To be fair, there's hundreds of events in the game happening at any given moment. Okay, yes, they can fail, absolutely. But open world metas, like the event chains that lead to world bosses, where like the branded Shatterer comes down, which is a huge dragon covered in crystal, lands and you fight him with an army, or the Shadow Behemoth comes out of the ground, or the monster that comes out of the volcano in Mount Maelstrom, you almost never see a shortage of people there unless it's like the middle of the night on that server. If it's like 4 a.m. on EU and no one on EU is awake right now, or same thing with NA, then you might see nobody there. But I do world bosses frequently, and I cannot remember the last time I saw a shortage of players at one of these things in open world.
It makes sense that the focus is on new content, but there needs to be a balance of new content and working to better the older existing content.
I 100% agree. I have told people before that my vision I would love to see fulfilled for the game is have, if you've got right now, let's say they've got 100% of their dev team. I'm going to make up numbers. Let's say they got 10 devs and they're all working on new stuff. I would love if they just had like 8 or 9 devs working on new stuff, and then the last 1 or 2 devs constantly working on the oldest problem in their queue. Because the way I imagine it is right now is like they've got a list of things they got to take care of, right? There's every bug fix you've ever submitted is on that list. But the problem is whenever something urgent pops up, like, the login server is broken or something, that goes to the top of the list and it pushes everything down. And there's some things on that list that have been pushed down for like 10 years. And they will simply never get to it. I would love if like 10% of their devs were constantly addressing whatever the oldest concern was, and the rest were constantly working on the most important, in their eyes, concern. 100% agree with them. I would love that.
At least give players a reason to do it other than do it if you like it. That way the new players can feel like the content they are getting to for the first time is...
Pause that so that doesn't happen again.
Cared for as well. So there you have it. That is my list of what I think are the worst things about Guild Wars 2. Please just remember, this video is not meant to be a hate-mongering piece against the game. That's not...
Oh, no. I've seen much better hate-mongering. You're fine.
What I'm trying to do here. I'm just mentioning some things that I think have become problem areas of the game that could see some much-needed improvement. So now I will ask you, do you have any other points that you would add on to this list? Do you agree with my takes or not? Let me know. Anyways,
any other things to add to the list? Oh yeah, visual clarity, the boon ball meta. Yeah, I could absolutely add some stuff, but I think he was 100% right with almost every take he had. However, some of them, in my opinion, were very obvious takes. Like, you have to buy the expansion to get the expansion content, obviously. Some of the expansion stuff is very desirable, obviously. That's why that's how they sell it to you. You know, so some of the stuff I feel like was kind of like a no-brainer, but there were some other things in here that I think were spot on.
That's all for this one. If you like the content, please subscribe or become a channel member if you want to go the extra distance. Thank you for watching, and goodbye for now.
All right, that was pretty cool. That was a nice talk. But that was Evan4K, and once again, I will link that in the chat. So now that I know who he is, I will have to check out his other video where he actually said nice things about the game. Since I first heard about him when he started whining about the game. But that was pretty fun. All right, GG. All right, there we go, chat. Is done. Disgusting React content is done. All right. Good slop, good slop. Yes, updo the video. Blizzard as the standard company for MMO expectations ruined all games pretty much outside of Blizzard expectations. I disagree. Blizzard has that one guy there that was stealing breast milk from one of the employees, so, I mean, I don't think everyone should strive to be Blizzard. I don't think they should all try to do that. Mike, I don't have Path of Fire, I can't do Path of Fire. That is correct. We went there? Yeah, I went there. I went there. Gotta get that protein. Oh my god. Are the patron noises still paused? I can unpause them. Okay. That happened? Yeah. Yeah, there was a lady that worked there, and she had to pump milk during the day until she got home to her baby, and someone was stealing it from the company fridge. It wasn't the whole company, it was one freak. Yeah, there was, it was all over gamer news for a while. Was Homelander employed? I don't know, I guess. Alright, let's do this. Blizzard went to crap when Viacom took over. I mean, Blizzard has gone to crap multiple times. Like, they still make some cool stuff, but their reputation is definitely not what it was once upon a time. Hopefully they got rid of the freak. He got promoted to CEO. Actually, I have no idea. I'm just messing around. Spoilers. Spoilers. Okay, and here. His review is based on having everything accessible in the base core game. You don't get that in yours too because it's not sub-based. All features like lighting and mounts are sub-based. Yeah, but I think if you just had the base game of World of Warcraft and didn't have any expansions, you would also not be able to do a lot of stuff. Like, I think, like, based on what I know, which granted I haven't played WoW in years, like, you wouldn't be able to play Monk or Death Knight or Evoker or Demon Hunter. You wouldn't be able to get flying mounts, stuff like that. Come on. I didn't get any loot. Okay, there we go. On free WoW, isn't it level 20 cap? Yeah, I think so. In WoW, you can buy the newest expansion to get all the previous ones. Really? I didn't know they did that. That's good. EverQuest did that like 20 years ago. I didn't know WoW picked that up. On the topic of dungeons in WoW vs. Guild Wars 2, and WoW they are formative for the endgame experience. In Guild Wars 2, they are an afterthought that never happened again, because fractals operate under other rules, as well as raids or raid encounters. Kind of agree with you. Like, they did dungeons, and then they did fractals, and then they did DRMs. Like, they needed to just stop slapping different names on them, put them all under one umbrella, and just keep improving. Let's see, the biggest thing happening in gaming is Bungie costing Sony around $765 million since their multi-billion-dollar acquisition, and it's deserved with how Bungie keeps effing up Destiny 2.
XX Bahamut gifted a tier 1 sub to Lanfair Pulgwin Gilgodja. They have given 25 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Bahamut. I can't even say that. Destiny keeps effing up content of the base game. Supposedly lost those base game files only for the mobile Destiny Rising, which isn't run by Bungie, to start magically having them all. What? I don't know if I've ever actually played a Bungie game. TTS doesn't speak Welsh, apparently. I don't think anyone does. Halo? Oh, I mean, yeah, that was recent, but yeah, I played Halo recently. I've only played WoW as an MMO. Which other games would you recommend for a casual that likes to collect mounts? 300 in WoW, FF14, or Guild Wars, or Star Resonance? Guild Wars has some mounts. Okay, so in Guild Wars 2, there are mounts with different jobs, okay? Like, this is the Warclaw, there is the Skyscale, there is the two-seated Siege Turtle, there is the Bunny, which can jump really high up. Yeah, so there's like 8 or 9 different mounts in the game, and they each have a distinct job. But within those mounts, there are a lot of skins you can collect. Hang on a second. Alright, so, like, these, for example, are different raptor skins. However, most of these, not all, but most of them are on the gem store. So, you would either spend money, or you would farm gold and use that gold to buy the thing. So, I don't know that this is really a game for someone who wants to collect mounts. Unless you just liked, you know, collecting the cosmetics. FF14 or Star Resonance, I don't know anything about those. Monk, will you ever see the new FF14 Evercold trailer? Link it to me and I'll watch it sometime. Not gonna do it right now, though. Let's see. Okay. I've gotten too much of this stuff. All right. I know Blue Protocol has gacha cosmetics, that's all I know of them. Muck, have you gotten the otter? If you mean the ranger pet, yes. Yes, I have. Here you are. I didn't mean now. I meant like DM it to me, not Here, hold on. All right. All right, I've got it open. I've got it paused. I'll check it out later. Dude, what? Oh my god. Someone dropped like a forge here, so I can't interact with the box. I need to go get the otter, even though it's not a great pet. It's adorable. Yeah, I think any ranger main should have every pet they can get like added to their loadout so they can access it if they ever need it for a weird situation. But I don't know that mine's going to see much use either. It's good enough for me to use on Druid and not feel like it's a waste. Yeah, it does have an extra burst heal if you're in a situation that calls for it. Usually, the heal supports will use their pet for another boon, but it's an option. You ever see the mounts actually do something? Yeah, in WoW, most of the mounts is just like a different appearance to do the same job, which is you run at 100% faster speed, or you fly at 300% speed, and that's it. And then they just change the graphic. In this game, there's like 8 mounts that each have a very different job, but then each of those mounts have different cosmetics. Some of those jobs seem kind of redundant as the game has aged. That's true, but like as the Warclaw was seen less and less in use, then Janthier Wilds came out and they gave the Warclaw a complete overhaul, and now it's used much more. And then the Skimmer wasn't getting a lot of use, so then in this expansion, Visions of Eternity, the Skimmer got an overhaul. So sometimes they give them like complete makeovers. I would expect the Springer, if they do more expansions, I think the Springer is due for one next, but
you must prove your strength to Ox by becoming the Ox. I can transform.
Jackal and Springer are abandoned. Yeah, if you have every mount in the game, and you're running around doing stuff all over the world, you'll still use every mount except Springer. Because Springer go up, but Skyscale go more up. Jackal, there are some spots in the desert where you have to use the Jackal because of the sand portals. But outside of that, you're not going to use it much. Oh, over here. See. Alright, Muck, thank you for the drops. You're quite welcome, bro. You're quite welcome. Okay, so chat, I am still chugging tea because of my voice issues. I am going to head to the kitchen and get a refill. I will be back in a minute or two. Okay, guys, thank you for waiting. Sorry, my voice still a constant problem. Looking forward to the doctor's appointment on Monday. Hopefully they will give me something new to try. Okay, let's see. Plus chip, sure. Coffee, sure. There we go. Okay. Hope the doctor appointment is fruitful. Dude, me too. It's very annoying. All right. Let's see. Oh, wait, no, that's not the right one. What was the... Oh, wait, no, that was it. Stellar Radiance. Yeah, that was the last one. Okay. So, the next thing, which I mentioned earlier, my next goal for today is to put together a script on how to make the new legendary. Or I should say the second new legendary, because I've already recorded how to make Stellar Radiance. So, the other one is Strife Unending. So we're going to do some content creation here, chat. Alright, and make sure this saves to the right place. Video scripts, yes. Okay. Alright. Okay, so my usual intro for legendary gear. Okay. Alright, so for Stellar Radiance, I did a ripping off the Band-Aid paragraph here where I talked about this is insanely expensive and I honestly don't recommend you make it over Aurora or Vision unless you just want the graphic. We're going to get rid of that and we are going to do a different one. Let's set some expectations. Legendaries require a wide range of materials or time commitments. This one is truly not too bad. 95% of what you need to make this legendary is gained by simply playing World v World game mode. If you already have been enjoying World v World for some time, you may have this 80% done without, without any effort. If you are considering starting World v World to obtain this, it will take a while, but it will not be difficult. Because by just playing the game mode normally, you will get nearly everything you need. Okay, let's get started. All right, so there's my pep talk for the people that need to hear it. All right, crafting requirements and early time gates. Okay, so let's take a looky-loo here. Strife Unending. Let's get this over here. Okay, this is a lot of World v World. 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 All right, 45 Mystic Clovers. All right. 45 Mystic Clovers. You know what? Hold on. I want to see something. The Gift of Battle reward track. Does that give Mystic Clovers? Yes, there's one there. 2? Is it just 2? Okay. And you have to get 5 Gifts of Battle for this project. So you'll get 10 clovers minimum while working on this. 45 Mystic Clovers. You will get a minimum of 10 clovers while working on this project. Perhaps more. You can get the remainder from the Wizard's Vaults or any of the other many options.
Loranity raided my stream with 1,205 viewers.
Thank you, Laura. Appreciate you. We are working on a script for how to make the World v World legendary accessory that recently came out. I finally got all the footage I need, and we are putting together the words. The worst part. Other than making the thumbnail. That's the other worst part. Appreciate you. Thank you. All reward tracks give 2 clovers unless they're a special track. Shut up, festival track EOD depends on I don't
E
even care.
E
Script writing? Yeah. Yep. I don't know about you, Laura, but when I have to write a script, sometimes I drag my feet for days to get it done and then just blast through everything else after it. Like, this part slows me down so much. Script writing is more fun than editing. But script writing is not more fun than making Noxxi edit. Making Noxxi edit is far easier. I just like, go long. Like, that's way easier. I get you. I edited my first 100 videos or so. I don't miss it. Let's see. All right. So, hold on. I need to open up the other one for a second. Where's my copy paste for clovers? I guess we can come back to that. All right, I'm just going to minimize that over there. Okay, so time gates. 45 mystic clovers. You'll get a minimum of 10 clovers while working on this project, perhaps more. You can get the remainder from while working on this project. You'll need to acquire the others. All right, we'll specifically talk about clovers later on. Okay, other time gates. A Mistwalker infusion. This can be obtained generally in 2 ways. Buying it from a merchant, which costs a mountain of World v World materials, or buying from another player, which costs quite a bit of gold if you go that route. Okay, what else? Honestly, that's most of it. For time gates, that's most of it. There are many other items that are time gates, but all of them can be acquired at, let's see, simultaneously. Let's see, who do we insult today? I've already done this with warriors. For berserkers. For you thieves, that means at the same time. All right, there we go. While playing World v World. But do make sure that you have the Gift of Battle reward track selected. And set to repeating. As you will need 5 of them. That may sound daunting for PvE players, but trust me when I say you will get the gifts long before finishing the other items. Maybe mention upcoming World v World Rush. These videos are evergreen, and people sometimes use them like 3 years from now, so I don't want to mention something that's going to happen soon and then be gone, because it won't be accurate in the far future. Windows H key will dictate your speech if you haven't tried it. I have not tried it. That's too hot. I can't drink that yet. Oh, God. Let's see. Okay. All right, I think that's it for time gates. Okay. All right, this is the wiki page for Strife Unending, which has our shopping list. Let's see, to-do. Okay. All right. So now there is a prerequisite quest line. Let's select all this and delete all that, and then just push that down for now. Okay. As mentioned, before we start, make sure to set your reward track to Gifts of Battle. If you wish to use any boosts to speed up certain aspects of this, you can, let's see, what are all the good ways to boost your progress in there? I know you can go to a guild hall and talk to the bartender, and you can get a buff from that. You can use boosts from, like, gobblers, like XP boosters, enrichment. Let's see. If you wish to use any boost speed up certain aspects of this, you can use things like buffs from your guild hall's bartender. Let's see, Worldy World enrichments, XP boosters, etc., etc. All right. So I'm not going to do like a whole guide on all boosters. I've actually done that before, but I want to mention it to jog people's memory. Okay. First thing we need to do is a prerequisite achievement called, it's missed something. Hang on a second. What is it? Miss Research? Miss Research, that's it. Called Miss Research. Search for this in your achievements and click the eye icon to pin it to the top right while you are working on it. Okay. Let's see. Okay, I'm trying to remember. I did this 2 days ago. I believe you had to do all these in this exact order, right? I remember that the following thing, there was a chunk, and I think it was like all of this you could do in any order you wanted. But I think for Miss Research, I had to do it all in this exact order. But I would have to go back and check my VOD to confirm. You don't have to do it in order? No? Okay, I can double check. Hang on. Let's see, this is going to take a minute, but need to find out. Let's see. Any tips for getting the piles of recycled siege? I mean, you basically need piles of blueprints, and you trade in 250 blueprints for 1 siege. So you can use gold to speed it up by just buying them from other players. Funny, I've seen your content here a lot, but I've never followed you. How dare you? Follow me right now. Come on, it's the free button. Oh my goodness. This guy's not even liking or subscribing. I bet he doesn't even ring the bell. Let's see. So Thursday evening, the 14th. That's when I did this achievement. Okay. Just a minute. This one. Okay. This is the VOD from the... Oh my god! Stop! YouTube. Jeez. Alright, I hit the free button. Thank you, Dust. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, is it PTSD? Right away. PTSD. No. Skip ahead.
Drozen_TTV gifted a tier 1 sub to Toxozo. They have given 46 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Drozen. Appreciate you. Okay, so we can see Miss Research right there. It's pinned right now. Alright, it's 25. Alright, so I just got to get to a part where I finished a step and then I updated it. Oh. And this is me showing Noxxi where this was. Did I never open it? Click the achievement, Muk, you stupid. This is future Muk yelling at you. There. Okay. All right, so it looks like you can do that in any order. Because they're all lit up. Muck, what hair solution do you use? Water? I shampoo with Head and Shoulders, like any proper American man. And I use like 1 drop of gel right here on the front just to whoosh it back. That's it. Why did my message not show up? Because you said naughty words, Eliandria. Never wash your shoulders with it? That's true. No, I mean, yeah, that's how you wash the... If you've got hairy shoulders, it's for that. Okay, alright, so we got our answer. Alright. Step 1 is to talk to Dugan. He can be found on any World v World map near your team's entrance. Look for the spooky man. Talk to him and follow his dialogue options until you get the achievement credit. You then are given a list of tasks to do. Let's say a list of locations to visit and interact with the hero points there. Note, if you have never been to these, you may have to interact with them once for the hero point, then a second time for the achievement. And if you are holding quartz, perhaps a third time because of the fused quartz pop-up. All right. You do not have to do these in order, but here are the list of locations. All right, so at this point, I've got video footage of where each of these are. I'm just going to show the video footage and name off what it is. So, investigate the crate reliquary. Reliquary. Reliquary is a hard word to type. In Dark Rate Inlet. Found here. Investigate the dredge furnace in Molvekian Delve. Found here. Investigate the harpy nesting grounds in Orgath Uplands. Found here. Investigate the Heart of the Stone inside Stone Mist Castle. Found here. This one is probably the easiest one. If your team doesn't have it, just grab 2 of your closest friends and go nab it and get that hero point. Easy peasy. And then Noxxi, show me running from Stone Mist room screaming while 50 people chase me or kill me. Whatever you can find. Okay. Investigate the Centaur Totem in the Spirit Home. Found here. Investigate. Go. Investigate the Scrit Shiny in the Titan Paw. Found here. And investigate the Mysterious Energy and Dara's. Hello. Maze. I can't type Dara's. Found here. Alright. And then once you have all these tasks done, Miss Research is complete, and you can now open and pin the Miss Research Strife Unending achievement. Alright. So, that is the I thought about making the Miss Research achievement a separate video, but as far as I can tell, it's not used for anything else other than this. I don't know for sure if it is. But at the very least, I'll have like a chapter of the YouTube video will be Mist Research, then we'll go on from there. For the Mistwalker Infusion, you forgot to mention that it could get dropped from Lords or from Mist Chests. I didn't forget, I just don't think it's likely. Tell you what, hang on, I'll go back to it. This can be obtained in 3 ways. Buying it from a merchant who costs a amount of materials, buy from another player, which costs quite a bit of gold if you go that route. Or dropped from a Lord or Mist chest very rarely. Okay. Because of this, you could postpone getting this until much later and hope it drops, and maybe you'll get lucky. Don't count on it, though. Let me see if I can take a drink here. You know what? I don't know if this product exists, but this last week I've been drinking tea for the first time in my life. This yucky leaf water, just because of my throat condition. And I'm finding, like, it's too hot to drink, it's too hot to drink, it's too hot to drink. Okay, it's perfect, and it works on my wound, and it reduces swelling. It's cooled off too much, it's useless now. There's like this narrow window of time where I can drink it, and it does the job I need it to do. So I need, like a hot plate or something on my desk that just keeps it at the perfect painful temperature, just like all the time. I don't know if that product exists, but that's what I need. I need like a hot plate that's just like keeps it always at, I don't know, 100 degrees or whatever. Yeti makes cups, can recommend. They're called jugs. You say jug, I think of a milk jug. It does one with adjustable temperature. A thermos. A thermos still cools off. Unless you got a special thermos. USB mug warmer. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Once again, while working on this, you will be slowly earning all the other World v World currencies you will need later. So let's jump into the second achievement. Go talk to Dugan again on any map and follow his dialogue options. Follow his dialogue options to unlock the second achievement. Okay. We're now at the first step that requires having that infusion. Let's see, that Mistwalker infusion I mentioned earlier. You may wish to skip ahead in the video and work on other steps and come back to this spot when you get the infusion. Once again, it can be bought for gold on the trading post. Is it called Mistwalker Infusion on the TP, or does it have that other name? I know it has 2 names, because it's like in a container. No. What is the other name? Ball of Charged. That's it. Okay. Let's see. Under the name Ball of Charged Mist Essence, which is a container with the infusion inside it, or bought from Dugan for a... Where is it? For 3,000 World v World claim tickets, 5,000 badges of honor, 20 emblems of the Avenger, and 2 emblems of the Conqueror. The tickets and badges you will earn over time while playing. Wait, do you just get the badges, or do you have to get them out of those containers? Hang on. Okay, just like capping stuff and skirmish chests. And they also get over. Okay, so you're just gonna get all over the place. Tickets badges you earn over time while playing World v World. Emblems of the Avenger you get for every 100 kills in World v World. And emblems of the Conqueror you get for every 100 objectives captured or defended in World v World. And let's see. The third method of acquiring the infusion is luck. It can drop from lords or mischests while playing. Might want to mention that emblems can be traded for each other as well. I actually did not know that. 5-to-1 ratio. 100 emblems of the Avenger. That's 10,000 player kills. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 100 to 1. That's 10,000 player kills for 100 objectives. That's pretty wild. The third method of acquiring the infusion is luck. It can drop from lords or mischests while playing. So either play a bunch of World v World for weeks, for many weeks, to get enough tickets to buy this. By that time, you will probably have all the other things on that list. Or use gold or luck to skip making this purchase. Once you have the infusion by any means, put it on, look fabulous, and go murdering. You need to participate in 100 kills. You don't have to get the killing blow to check off the next step of the achievement. Just a second. Okay. All right. Nope. Hold on. Back here. Okay. Next is the achievement. All right. After doing that, do you have to? I forget. Do you have to talk to Dugan again after you get the 100 kills, or do you just have to go find the Warclaw Tamer immediately? I think you just have to find the Warclaw Tamer. Next is to find the Warclaw Tamer in Zraith's Beacon. Okay. That was in Obsidian Sanctum. You will need to travel to the Obsidian Sanctum map and do the jumping puzzle there. Couple of small notes. This is a long puzzle, and you may need to pull up a guide or pathing add-on to get through it. The NPC you need is near the end, off to the left. Also, you may encounter players on enemy teams that show as hostile to you while you are there. Most likely, they are also working on the legendary. Oh my god. That you are. Proper World v World decorum is to not bother other players trying to do the jumping puzzle unless they attack you first. Or you are a psychopath. Just throwing it out there. All right. There we go. I've done my part. I've done my part, chat. All right. As mentioned, near the end of the puzzle, head over here to the left and talk to this guy. Follow the dialogue until you get the update. Okay, I think at this point, you are told, do all of this in any order you want. If anybody wants to verify that from their own experience, I think at this point, it kind of opens up. Okay. After this point, you will get a list of goals that you can do in any order. The first three are to capture a location and interact with a person or object in the edge of the Mist map. If you are new to World v World, this is the only map that is not very active. There are a few reasons for this, but one is that you cannot use mounts here, so travel is slower. You will need to go to let's see. Go to the forge while your team controls it and speak with the smith there. It is found here, and then we will show it. Go to the altar while your team controls it and interact with the altar there. It is found here, and then we show it. Go to the keep. Oh, wait, no, that's all right. Go to the workshop while your team controls it and talk to the mechanic there. It is found here, and then we show it. All right. Capture the keep of an enemy team in Eternal Battlegrounds. I'm told by others that this does not count if you lose your keep and get it back. It has to be one of the two opposing teams starting, let's see, what is the correct terminology for it? Their natural keep? Hang on. What is the right terminology here? One sec. We're gonna go into Obsidian Sanctum just to like look at the map. Okay. So what we're talking about is this, or this, but not like trying to get like the very edge things, not your own, and not Stonemost. Okay. Yeah, they're not called Garrison, so it's all right. Okay. As one of the two opposing teams major keeps on this map. That means these 3, and then I'll circle them. That means these. That means of these 3, whichever 2 are not by your spawn, you need to capture one of those. After you take control of it, a Warclaw spirit will spawn a short distance from the Lord. Talk to the spirit. If you happen to disconnect or die when the keep flips sides, fear not, as long as you hurry back and speak with the spirit while the keep is under your team's control, you will still get credit. For anyone who missed it yesterday, I was trying to get a keep capture for 4.5 hours. We're about to kill the Lord, and Guild Wars 2 kicked me out. And it wasn't my internet, because the stream was fine. I almost lost my script. And I was like, because 4.5 hours, we're finally about to kill the Lord, and I missed it. So I finally reconnected, and then like I had to re-enter WvW and then run across the map, and I got it. And then right then, the home team busted back in and killed me, but I didn't care because I got it back. It was very frustrating. Okay. All right. Next up. The next 3 are to capture specific keeps and talk to Warclaw spirits at each one. Ascalon Hills in Alpine Borderlands. After camping it, the Warclaw spirit you need to speak with is here. And then we show it. Dreadfall Bay in Alpine Borderlands. Wait, what? Are those both on the same map? Hold on. Dreadfall Bay's there. Oh, I guess they are both called Alpine Borderlands. Okay, that's kind of... Okay, Ascalon Hills. Okay, you know what? I'm going to change it. Ascalon Hills in Alpine Borderlands. The map over on the right. Dreadfall Bay in the other Alpine Borderlands. The map on the left. After capping it, the Warclaw spirit you need to speak with is here. And then we show it. Most of them refer to it by the home team's color. I don't even know which one's this. You know, I could just do, let's see, the Throne of Balthazar, Alpine Borderlands. So, Ascalon Hills, Throne of Balthazar. Okay. In the Throne of Balthazar, Alpine Borderlands. I'll just use the name changes. Well, I'm glad you told me that. I was going to look real stupid. There we go. All right, fine. I'll just do that. Okay. All right, Dreadful Bay. Stoic Rampart. Stoic Rampart in the Desert Borderlands. After capping it, the Warclaw spirit you need to speak with is here. These last 4 tasks with the keeps can take you a while. If you aren't lucky. But fear not. All the time you spend working on getting these tasks done, you are earning those WvW currencies you will need later. Return to Dugan and speak with him to finish the achievement. This will get you, what is it? 2 gifts of something, right? 2 gifts of the war. This get you 2 gifts of the war claw, allowing you to make this accessory twice, if you wish. All right. Now the other items. Okay. I just realized, is there only 3 major components? Gift of the Warclaw, Gift of the Mistwalker, Gift of the Mist Warrior? Is that it? I can't remember the last time I did a legendary. I don't think I've ever made a legendary that didn't have 4 major 4 major requirements. Huge content we have here. Yep, making that evergreen content, Tux. All right. Okay. 3 because you buy it and not actually craft it. Oh, is that why? Hold on. Where's Doug? Doug. There it is. Yeah, okay. There's our thing. Yeah, I've already got this done, other than Heart of the Mist. Gift of the Mist Warrior. Okay, alright. I like you're the first guy that said my name right. Nice. I'll never say it again, just so I'm untied, undefeated. Hey, Muck, hope you're doing well. What's up, Malcolmus? Yeah, I am hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. Right now, we're working on a guide for this new legendary. Because right now, if I say I've got a guide for every legendary in the game, I have to put an asterisk next to it. And I want to get rid of that asterisk. All right. Let's see. Next up, 500 testimonies of Castoran heroics. Okay, what are all the ways you can get this thing? I know that this is slow. Is it only skirmish chests? No, they can be in other boxes. So it looks like they can be in reward track boxes. What's the new Leggies? 2 legendary accessories were just added to the game. 1 from World vs. World and 1 from PvE. Okay, yeah. These are one of the items that can take you the longest. They will come from reward track boxes and skirmish chests. Okay, so I need to make sure that I have kept a skirmish chest so that I can show this. Yes. And then... Alright. Just save up your skirmish chests, and when you get enough, each chest can yield 6 testimonies. Can yield 6 testimonies. Then when you have enough from a combination of random loot, of random looting, and the skirmish chests, you can open them up and to get the 500. Okay. Okay. Do these go into your wallet? Consume to deposit into wallet. Okay. If you have them in item form, you can consume them to add them to your wallet. And then I'll show my wallet at that point. 50 Grandmaster Mark Shards. Okay, I know I already have this, and I know you just kind of get them from time to time. I don't actually know the specifics of how. So it is time to learn. Let's see. Skirmish reward track, rewarded by and sold by. Alright. These come from the reward tracks. The skirmish reward track. Reward track that will also be giving you your skirmish tickets. So you will see these appearing in your bag over time. You can also get them by having high level participation when assaulting high level keeps and castles. Okay, I didn't know about that part. Muck, can you use the ones in your bank or only the ones in your inventory? For the, hold on. The testimonies? Let's see, testimonies are for gifts of the warrior. If I go to the merchant, and gift of the warrior requires 500, and it says I have 76 in wallet, and they are showing. So the ones in your wallet are fine. That's totally fine. Okay. You can also get them in the final chest from reward tracks. Are you sure? Because it doesn't say contained in anything. It's from these, rewarded by, sold by, used in, currency for. There is no contained in thing that I can see. Alright. Alright. What's next? 25 piles of recycled siege equipment. Who was that guy that sells this? Was it Dugan? No, it was the siege guy. Who's the siege guy? You.
All prices are non-negotiable.
Okay. Each pile of recycled siege equipment is obtained from trading a stack of 250 siege blueprints. In total, you will need 6,250 blueprints to make these trades. So, in short, while working on this, save all blueprints you come across. And if you wish to, you can purchase the ones you are missing from the trading post to speed things up. The trades are done with the, what's he called again? Siege Master. The Siege Master, who is near your entrance on every map. Okay. 3 gifts of battle, which you earn from the Gift of Battle reward track. There is no other way to get these. 45 Mystic Clovers. Okay. Where's the other thing? Hang on. Mystic Clover. Alright, I've got to copy pasta for Mystic Clovers here. Alright. These can be obtained from the Wizard Vault, Fractals, Raid Strikes, PvP, World v Worlds, Crafting, etc. Depending on how you want to earn these, it may take you a while, which is why I mentioned it in the earlier in the time gate section. If you are playing... Hold on. How many Mystic Clovers can you get from a single World v World reset? I've already bought them. Does anybody know how many Mystic Clovers you can get from one reset? 20. Thank you. Personally, I would earn these from a combination of World v World and the Wizard's Vault, but do whatever works for you. Okay. Three gifts of fangs, scales, claws, bones, blood, venom, totems, and dust. Remember when I said 95% of what you need for this legendary is earned from just playing World v World? Here's the other 5%. I did say that, right? I know I said that verbally. Did I say that in text? Yes, I did. I did. Good job, past me. Well done. Each of these are crafted by a... Okay, I talked about this stuff in Stellar Radiance. Let's see. Okay, hold on. I've got a copy pasta here from Stella. Alright, copy this. These can be made by a level 400 Artificer, Huntsman, or Weaponsmith, or Lear in Secrets of the Obscure, or Wardcraft or Luceray in Mooncamp Covert. In Janthier Wilds. It is cheapest to do it yourself. Luceray will do it for 1 ecto, Lear will do it for 10 because he has a problem. Each gift is made by simply combining a bunch of different fangs, blood, bone, etc. If you're missing any, I recommend getting them off the TP. Once you have them all, combine the 3 gifts of fangs, scales, claws, and bones to make 3 gifts of condensed might in the Mystic Forge. Then combine the 3 gifts of blood, venom, totems, and dust in the Mystic Forge to make 3 gifts of condensed magic. Let's see. By the way, I just want to say, usually Twitch trolls me and YouTube are my lovely little children that can do no wrong. But when I asked how many Mystic Clovers you get, everyone on Twitch was like 20, 20, 20, 20, 20. And on YouTube, they were like 560, 560. Which is 2 people with apparently the wrong answer, both screaming at me. So just throwing that out there. This is very backwards today. Alright. What's next? Alright, so we made condensed magic. Then take the gifts of battle, the mystic clovers, the gifts of condensed might, and the gifts of condensed magic. Oh, that reminds me. I need to play that new Might and Magic game. And combine them. I assume it's Mystic Forge. Are you Mystic Forge? Yes. Combine them in the Mystic Forge to make 3 gifts of War Prosperity. Then take the 500 testimonies of Castoran Heroics, the 50 Grandmaster Mark Shards, the 25 piles of recycled siege equipment, and the 3 gifts of War Prosperity over to Dugan. I'm pretty sure it's Dugan. Yeah. And purchase Gift of the Mist Warrior. I'm a warrior! Wait, am I earning pips right now? Wow. Yeah, I'm just like, being such a leech right now. I didn't even know you earned pips while you were standing Obsidian Sanctum. That's weird. Okay. We're 2/3 the way there. Alright. Next, we need 2 Gifts of Glory. These are purchased. Aren't these from Miani? Yeah. From Mystic, from the merchants next to Mystic, to most Mystic Forges. For 500 shards of glory total. These are earned from Conquest PvP game mode, but are tradable. So if you are a World v World junkie who can't stand no filthy Conquest PvP, you can purchase them off the trading post. 2 more Gifts of Battle. This is why I said at the start we would need 5 total. 2 Gifts of War, purchased from the same Mystic Forge merchant, for a total of 500 Memories of Battle. You will earn Memories of Battle over time while playing World v World, so just wait until you are nearly done with this project. Then, if you wish, you can purchase any memories you are missing off of the trading post to finish this step. 2 cubes of stabilized dark energy. These are made with the following recipe. And we're just going to show this. Boop, 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 boop. And Noxxi will just show this image in there. The stabilizing matrices are looted in fractals, but can be purchased on the TP if you don't want to do fractals yourself. You will need 150 of them total. The balls of dark energy come from salvaging ascended equipment. You will, I believe it's 100% from weapons and armor? Yes. You will always get one from salvaging ascended weapons or armor, and have a chance of getting one from other items such as backpacks, rings, and amulets. Rings, amulets, and rebreathers. Okay. All right. Finally, combine the 2 Gifts of Glory, 2 Gifts of Battle, 2 Gifts of War, and 2 cubes of stabilized dark energy into the, I believe this is a Mystic Forge recipe. Yes. Mystic Forge to create 2 Gifts of the Mists. Then take the 2 Gifts of the Mists. Actually, let's just do it top to bottom. Then take your Mistwalker infusion. Time to say goodbye to looking spoopy. Actually, hold on, we'll come back to this in a sec. For the final steps, you will need 40 more Emblems of the Avenger, which means taking part in another 4,000 player kills. And 2 Emblems of the Conqueror, which means taking part in another almost a 2,000, 200 objective captures or defenses. With all of this in hand, it's time to say goodbye to your Mistwalker infusion. No more looking spoopy for now. take the Infusion, the 40 emblems of the Avenger, the 2 emblems of the Conqueror, and the 2 gifts of the Mists over to Dugan and purchase the gift of the Mistwalker. Alright, I'm just double checking my information here. Yes. Alright. Finally, take the... take the gift of the Mist Warrior, the gift of the Mist Walker, and one of your gifts of the Warclaw to Dugan to purchase Strife Unending. And this is the part where we always do this. Okay, and then I get all this up here. Congratulations. So if you need more details. And remember, you can make a second one of these if you just enjoy World v World and find it to be a fun method of acquiring legendary accessories. Okay, one thing I didn't really tell. Let's see, let me just eyeball the outro, and then I've got a few other things to check. Okay, so Strife Unending. That's... Wait, what? Alright, that just reminds me to add that to the YouTube comment section. Okay. I don't think I talked about how it looks. Ta-da. I think it looks good. Okay. In the case of Strife Unending, let's talk about its appearance up here. It comes with multiple effects. It makes your hands glow with a blue flame, and when you enter combat, 2 swords clash above your head. However, as you get a kill streak without dying, which is reset if you die, the swords will increase in flair? No. What's the right word here? Gumption. Take a sip. Intensity? Intensity! Grandiosity? No, banned. In intensity. There are 5 tiers of the effect. Tiers 1, 2, and 3 can be reached with one Strife Unending equipped. Tiers 4 and 5 of the effect can be reached with 2 copies of Strife Unending equipped. Additionally, any siege that you place and operate will get blinged out is the first thing I want to say. We'll get a makeover and have unique particle effects while you have the legendary equipped. Okay, and then we can show... God, I cannot type. We can show it from the... they had that video on their main YouTube channel. Let me see. Guild Wars 2 YouTube. And we can just use some of the footage from that. Just for a couple of seconds here. Let me see. Videos... Where was it? Here we go. This is the one. So there's the... Ah! There we go. There's the effects. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And there's the effects on siege. And then this is a different thing. Okay. All right. And is that it? Usually, on literally every other legendary project I have, is legendaries could be a long-term project. Do a little bit each day, and you will get it done. Don't get discouraged. Usually, I tell people you can rush it by throwing gold at it, but you can go bankrupt if you do too much of that. But that isn't the case here. You can't really rush those. Hand also glow? Yes, that was the first thing I mentioned. Hand glow, right there. Does kill streak apply in PvE? Yes. I believe I said that as well. Let's check. No, I didn't. Kill streak, as you get a, let's see, however, as you get a kill streak of players in World v World or any enemies in PvE, let me change this. The swords will increase in intensity. Note, the effect is reset if you die. There are 5 tiers of the effect, blah, 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 blah. Okay. All right. I think that's it. How long did it end up being, chat? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.5 pages. 5 pages without the image. Oh, man. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Okay, there we go. There we freaking go. All right, so I will record that probably early tomorrow and then put that in the Nox box. Noxxi's already in the middle of working on Stellar Radiance, so there's really no rush on getting this done as long as I get it done by Monday so that it's in the queue. All right, awesome. And put this over here. Didn't they say up to 150? 100, wait, what? 150 what? The kills? Oh, it was a crazy amount of kills to get to tier 5. I don't remember the exact amount of them, but it was a very large number, yes. Yes, it was. Chat, I'm outnumbered in Obsidian Sanctum, so I'm getting more participation while I stand here in Obsidian Sanctum. Wait, the outnumbered buff, is that for, like, the whole thing? Or is that just for, like, the map you're on? I actually don't know. Dude, I got 5 chests just standing here. Goodness gracious. It's just the map you're on? Okay. Okay. Cool. Alright. Let me do this. Alright. Dude, that's a relief. I am glad to get that done. So I, once again, have to take a restroom break because I am chugging all this tea. I am going to go get another cup and go to the potty, and I will be back in a minute. And then I think I'm just going to play World v World when I get back, chat. So I will be back. Okay, thanks for waiting all. Here we go. Is that a cheat code for this? Just camp at Obsidian Sanctum? No, I think I lost... Yeah, my participation is at 0 now. So, my participation was high at the beginning, because the last time I was in World v World, I was actively playing. And it drained down to 0, so I got a few chests while standing here, but I don't think I would get any more. But it was funny that I got a few there for a little bit. Okay. Let's see. Well, I definitely had the World v World bug bite me, so to speak, last time. I did enjoy quite a bit of it, so I'd like to do some more. Let's take a look at the maps. Looks like there's a queue on a few of them. The desert and the green borderland are... I guess that's the green borderland? And that's it. Yo, oh my god, we're getting our butt kicked on the desert one. We have, like, everything on that one. That's why there's nothing to do there. Alright, let's go check that out, I guess. I wish the PvP bug would bite you. PvP community's too mean. Oh, man, a lot of my boosters drained out while I was, Dude, like, whenever I use the Candy Corn Gobbler, the XP booster stacks up for days, and then I get, like, 30 minutes of the Karma one. Like, the Karma Gobbler, that one just doesn't seem to pop much. If I do that... Well, I didn't get to Karma a single time. Wow. Wow. Bad luck. Okay. Alright, so the main question I ask myself is, do I want to change the build at all? And I'm definitely not sure that I can. Because I think I've built up some muscle memory with this one. But it's just like, there's so many conditions out there. Like fighting Necros and stuff especially. And this has a lot of my damage. This has a lot of condition clones. And then that's kind of it. That's kind of it. What about pets? Turtle was good. Shark was pretty good. Could def change it if I needed to. Throw the otter at people. Don't know how effective that would be. Thank you. Alright. Guess we'll leave it as is for now. Let's see. Food. Tuning crystal. Do I still have the volume turned way down? Yes, I do. Muck, do you have the guild 10% booster? I have XP gain by 10%. So no, I think that's different from World v World XP gain. There's also I think there's also a guild like reward track booster. Oh, this is the wrong way. It's over here. World XP gain and World v World reward track boost, yeah. I guess we'll get XP gain. Okay. Alright. Let's see what kind of trouble we can get into. Looks like someone just capped this. See. There's a guard over here. I'll just kill that guard just to get some participation rolling if I can. Are you riding on Hobbs? That's the plush Warclaw mount skin. You an NA? Yes, I am on NA. They see me. Tier 1 participation, yeah. Enemy? Nope. It's a luminary, though. Just as disgusting. Nerf luminaries. For a second, I thought that said acid Dolyak. I was like, what? Dolyak's on drugs? Let's see if Mike will do the AC thing. Air conditioning? Assassin's Creed? What are we talking about? What are these guys doing? Oh, there's people in the fort. Okay. What's the time on this? Alright, I'll use that army of my team to distract the enemy and sneak around and take their supplies. Snail's greater than Dolyaks. We should get a new viewer named Like a Dolyak. Replace Snail. There we go. I'll try to get that after this if I can. Hitting the road early tomorrow. See you, gaming. Is this game just a button mash hitting frenzy, or do you have to hit what you press per scenario? There's definitely tools that you get that are dependent upon scenarios, yes. Like, once you learn how to play whatever you're gonna play, you'll be like, okay, these buttons are for damage, this is for close damage, this is for far away damage, this is big damage on a cooldown, this button breaks me out of stuns, this button cures me of poison, this button can stop enemies' movement for 5 seconds, you know, things like that. When I play World v World, I run around and die a whole bunch. What? I guess you and I have different goals. I could try to sneak a tower, and I'm pretty confident my build could kill a tower lord. It would just take a while. But the sieging part just sounds annoying. It would take me minimum 2 trips of carrying siege back and forth to the tower to set up a catapult, and then like 5 minutes of catapulting the wall. Is Gale Shot good for World v World? Probably. It has a very long range, so if you can kite, you could ship people down from a far away. What is that? Oh, it's a juvenile spider over there. You can tame a pet over there if you're a ranger. I already have that one, though. Boop. Claim it for... Some pets only exist while you're... Yeah, I think there's a wolf on one of the maps, and World v World's the only place you can get the wolf, if memory serves. Alright, risking death here. Let's see if I can drink this yet. Not much. Very hot. Mike, you can only claim one thing? I know. That's why a message popped up and said it was releasing my old claim. But that's okay. That's okay. What flavor of tea? Oh my god! Invisible frogs! I was guessing he's not hostile since he's running around in a freaking frog costume. Do you think broth would be a good swap for tea? I don't know. I was drinking soup for a little while, but ran out of soup. Frog was like, what are you doing in my swamp? Dude, they still haven't gotten that outpost? Man, that squad I passed is slacking. I've already captured multiple things. They're not doing anything. Deadbeats. Oh, hello. Hello. Destroying enemy siege equipment gets you points. And I have the trait that makes my shots pierce, so I could just shoot at the far catapult and hit all of them. Hi, frog. Wait, can he understand my text? Does he have a birthday blaster? I think he does. I bored him. He's leaving. Good thing catapults can bleed. Wait, I'm somehow not hitting the near one. What the hell? There we go. This one they catapult. Well, to be fair, if you're just shooting little arrows at a catapult, it would probably take a long time before you could break it too. I could kill this sentry again. I would like to find another player. That's the worst part of this game mode, is trying to freaking find people. Tier 4 participation. I find EBG to be the best place. I think EBG is full up though. Well, here comes the friendly blob. Wonder where they're heading to. Look at that. Terrible desert camo. Enemy's gonna see them coming from a mile away. Goodness. Like a bunch of night lights running through the night. I'm just gonna follow them, see where they go. I'll break off if I see something interesting. Three-way fight in Stoic. Up here? You're following my guild? Well, I hope they lead me somewhere interesting. Bright orange cat, not very stealthy either. Yeah, but I'm not the professional World v Worlder. Everyone knows I don't know what I'm doing. Do you have to complete gourmet trading for gastronome to sell the filet of sous-vide meat recipe? That is a very specific chef question. I have no idea. Nine pips. Oh boy. I just realized we had that tower. Hi. Hi, small witch. Are you like a sandwich, but you're a little one? Like a crystal burger? Oh, enemy Gale shot here. I would actually attack this guy right now, chat, but Gabe just walked in. Ah, shoot. He's not gonna let me go. Oh my god. Hold on, Gabe. Would you stop?
You don't like my dance moves?
Gabe's like doing the floss to the right of me.
I'm not doing the floss. I'm doing.
It looked like it.
I'm doing original dance moves. See?
Oh, I'm sorry. All right, chat. Hang on. I'll be right back. Okay. Working up to release the bomb. Uh-oh. Alright, someone saw me. Question is, do they care? Like, how do you have all these skins, by the way? Which skins? Like the... But the armor, or like the cat? Oh my god, what was that? Oh, shoot. Dang it. That's two of them. MuklukYoutube was one of the original Let's Go novels that they're about to kick all your behinds! I might be dead here. Maybe not. Ah, dang it. Yeah, he landed and immobilized on me while I was stealthed, and then I just couldn't get away. I couldn't get out of it. Yeah, too many people passing by. Ah, that's rough. I beat that amalgam in a 1v1 twice, but the second guy, I couldn't fight them both. Let's see. Once again, trying to decide if I want to change anything. Amalgam is very strong. Yeah, it was rough when she would put up the reflective bubble. That stopped a lot of my damage. I'm wondering. Hang on. Wasn't there some relic that gave quickness? 2 seconds of it when you engage. Well skills. 1.5 seconds of quickness when you disable a foe. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. What class are you? First class, you're welcome. I'm Ranger. Currently playing Druid, which is a type of Ranger. Condi? This build, yeah. It's a compliment. Oh, we have a tag that's like in Stoic right now. I wonder which side they broke in on. West. Thank you. If there's still a way in, maybe I'll go in there and join in just for the keep. Mark, what stats and runes do you recommend for survivability while solo? In what game mode? Open world PvE. I mean, you can go full glass cannon in PvE. It just depends on... Hang on a second. Okay. Celestial, can't go wrong with Celestial. Celestial is plus to all stats. You can get Selly gear, and that is pretty good at all the things. But, like, if you're a power user, you could go Marauder. If you are a Condi user, you could go Viper. You got a lot of options. Okay. I got, for anyone who didn't catch what happened there, I got attacked by 3 people from 3 different angles at the same time. Hold on. Slash laugh. He jumped down and died from falling. Oh, I got the last hit. You're welcome. Saved you guys. Woo! I assaulted the keep. Yeah. AKA Leech. I killed multiple people on the way in here. I helped. But not with the Lord kill. That was not me. What a join our alliance. Just running around solo tonight, but thank you. The only good Asura in this game. What do you mean? Blocks is so nice. Slash map. Red sieging northeast of Stoic. How many people is that? 3? Ah! Clever girl. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna try something, chat. It hit him. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, well, then, okay, well, apparently my message did more damage than my roots. Hi, new commander. Oh my god. Let's see, what can I hit? Go hit Roy's, maybe? We roll. What, why? I said I was just going around solo. Why are they following me? What has groupies? Dude, people yell at me when I tag. People yell at me when I don't tag. Oh my gosh. You have a Twitch tag, they are invisible but mighty. Oh man. Imagine if I had like a special badge like the ANET staff have, and like people got achievements for killing me, it'd be even worse. Instead of like carry the creator, it'd be like assassinate the ANET partner.
Mukluk calls for raid, and the map will answer. Mukluk hype.
Thank you, Kelgro. Gotta get those nodes. I know, I know, I know. Dude, I'm just chilling. Literally sitting here sipping tea and people are like, get the notes! There's a dude over there. Is it just one guy or many? He's also aggroed a bunch of sand. Oh, that hurt. Alright. He's out of Shroud. I just gotta CC him, do a little bit more damage. Got him. Not sure if the Sand Lions helped or not. Okay, someone tried to barrage me there. 2 blues? Oh no, no, it's one guy, he's got a pet. Dude, I'm fine fighting you. I just wanted to recover first. Yeah, that's what he wanted to hit me while most of my stuff was on cooldown from fighting the other guy. Okay. They were happy to barrage me, but not much else. Let's see, what's next? Go back up to the lab again. The lab. Mark, no running away. I mean, to be fair, she stopped. If she hadn't stopped, I wouldn't have caught her. All mounts are the same speed. I'm reminded of in, what was it? World of Warcraft. I think it was Death Knights and Paladins when I played. Their mounts were 20% faster. Wait, is this the guy I just fought? Nice. I'm pretty happy about how that went down. The blue guy is helping me kill her. Oh no! This is the one that was quite fragile. I don't have any more mobilization breaks. I'm stuck here for a second. There we go. Okay. Am I still in combat? No, there we go. I was trying to pet swap, but I didn't want to pet swap till I left combat because then it would go on the long cooldown. Oh, wait, I think I took a wrong turn. Oh, no, this works, this works. I can do this. Condi Druid Duelist, never would have thought it viable. I used to play something extremely similar to this, which is why I already have some muscle memory for it in PvP. But this exact build I got from Paper Roll on YouTube. I did change one skill on the bar for Protect Me because I wanted it. He had, I think, Glyph of Equality there. Muck is a World v World Bronze, but fights like a plat thanks to his PvP. Yeah, yesterday people were calling me a smurf in the chat. The thing is like, I never look at the nameplate of the opponent, like if they're platinum or whatever. I never think to look at that. So it's kind of funny to think that some other people might look at that and then be thrown off, but it's not really something I look at during the fights. I'm too focused on, like, the actual fight. Some plat are bad because they only play Zerg. It's not a big skill set, but being good at being a member of a Zerg is a skill set of its own. I think we're back to max participation. Yeah, this has been interesting using Signet of the Wild. Like, I have never played a build of Ranger where you take Signet of the Wild for purposes of hitting the button. There are quite a few builds that use it just for the passive ferocity increase, but they never press the button. But this one, it's, you know, that extra root patch to lock people down. Grab their legs! In PvE, it's not necessary to press it. I know. I was just explaining to the non-ranger vets. Oh my god, she was invuln for everything I did. All my food buff wore off. Yeah! Dude, honestly, with how slow she was dropping, I thought that when I started getting her down, she was gonna make a break for the door and I wouldn't be able to stop her. But then she just... I think she ran out of Condi cleanses and I caught her in root after root after root and then she just, like, chunked. But she had a lot of projectile block, which is my main source of damage, so that was rough for the first half. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Alright, chat, I'm gonna try to do this. What is Zerg, mobbing, or roaming? What do people mean when they say that when talking about World v World? Okay, so Zerg are a race in StarCraft. And the Zerg have cheap but expendable units. So it's like, instead of fighting 5 guys of decent strength, you're fighting 20 weak mobs that just swarm you. So the idea of a Zerg in gaming is usually just a big mob of people that runs over you and they win with numbers. And you're just overwhelmed by sheer volume. Now, that doesn't mean that every time you see a big group of people, they're a Zerg. You know, they might be really well coordinated. But that's, you know, sometimes people use the term loosely and they just mean like, oh, I got swarmed. Oh, I got overwhelmed. In Guild Wars 2, Zerg means mag. Oh, okay, I laughed. It's almost gone. It's almost gone. Might. All right. 420 on that would take a long time. Could maybe go there and then there. Like, I could go here, put down a catapult, run back and forth, get siege, work on the wall. It would just take a long time. I'm more interested in finding small 1v1, 1v2 fights and then just having fun. So I don't want to do that. It's kind of crazy how big a difference the food buff makes for this build. Did you guys catch during that last fight with that Mesmer? I was like, oh god, my food buff wore off, and in the middle of the fight, I went to eat it. It's because it acts as a battery for the druid fluid bar. And I was like, wait, why is the bar filling up more slowly? Oh, the food wore off. Like, it was actually the difference in multiple seconds of getting back into my astral form. So it's like one of my weapon swaps had... It's like worse than losing alacrity. In that specific situation, it was worse than losing alacrity. Like, it was taking 2 to 3 more seconds to get back into astral. Primers would help out. I actually might have some that have been in my bag for years. I actually do. Do I have to eat another one? Yeah, I have to eat another one. Okay, there we go. 12 hours. Good idea. Oh, shoot. Okay, she just captured that. So now the question is, can I pick a fight with her? It's a ritualist. She might kick my butt. There's been some necros. I've kicked their booties in the last 48 hours. And then there was one, I think it was a Scourge, and he just melted me. Like, I just evaporated. Hello. There's so many of them on me right now. I feel a teeny tiny bit bad because the moment I attacked her, she slash-waved. But I don't know why she did that. I was not expecting her to do that. Like, I was like, oh, and she's like, hello! And then the fight started. That was me. Hello, Kuja. I didn't realize you were going to emote. I thought we were World v Worlding. It threw me off. 3 minutes, not waiting 3 minutes. Murder hobo? No, I literally am here for fights. Tax evader euphoria. Oh, he was in that blob earlier that were all talking to me. I remember because the name made me, like, chuckle. See. I'll lap around this, see if I can find anybody, and then maybe hit the resource camp on the other side. Oh. I can't catch them. They're too far. Wait. Well, you know what? If they're doing it, I'll lend my supply. I said I didn't want to run supply back and forth, but 2 people with handfuls of supply can build an entire catapult. You know, one thing I've not checked is the otter's underwater abilities. Some pets, their abilities change underwater. I'm not sure if the otter gets something different. Like, for example, there is actually a way that a ranger can make a chaos field, which is typically a mesmer thing. But it's very specific, and the ranger has to be underwater with the reef drake pet. And then it can make a ethereal field with sonic barrier. More bloodthirsty Mark. Oh no! I made them invisible for a moment. If I had the Iboga, I could try to pull them down. Can I leave combat for a second? There we go. Yoink! Eat fall damage, nerd. Oh my god. Oh man, she got some air too. The hang time on that. Yoink!
Muck. 49 months, ye've been stuck with me, more to come. Chew body bop some foos, my dude.
Dude, she...
Oink.
Oh, the other one just got back. Unfortunately, that lady I was with was not very well geared. Every time this dude looked at her, she,
Hey,
just
look,
evaporated.
it's the tree of birds. How are you today?
Oh my god, dude, what is... I think it's an arrow cart. This is so much barrage. Are you kidding me? That's gotta be an arrow cart. I'm sad. Yeah, the other lady, did you see I revived her twice during that fight, and she just splattered every time that guy looked at her? Oh, invulnerable? Oh my god. He has mom for a timeout. The blue guy's helping me kill him. My pet can't get over here. Damn it. I was invisible, but he caught me. I don't know if I can beat this guy.
Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3.
This guy is a I don't know, it's weird. Most warriors are much burstier than this, but this guy has enough damage to be dangerous. But still is out healing, out damaging, and he's got that normal warrior thing where he's basically immune to root. He interrupted my heal. He's got, like, more Aegis than a Guardian. This is crazy. Dude, turtle. Oh my god, Laura, get over here. I guess I'll just kill the other warrior because he sucks. Alright, I killed the other one again. Yeah, he knows the last pulse of my Astral 5 is my damage. And he's always avoiding it, and I can't lock him down because warriors, every single time they do a movement skill, they break out of movement impairments. Combine that with a 5-second weapon swap, and he can do that a lot. I mean, at this point, he can't kill me, I can't kill him. This is just wasting time. Let me see if he's okay with the disengage. That one's Plat Legend? What? I mean, he can't even beat a bronzy like me, so... But yeah, we're not killing each other. I didn't see the pull from my Iboga proc a single time. You missed. Like, I tried to pull him so many times. Dude, seriously? Oh, there we go. I landed a pull. And he still outranged it. Slash sigh. Oh, I didn't even see the emote go off. Like in the chat. For those that don't know, Ranger Shortbow does double damage if it hits in the back or the side. Nah, he wants me to chase him. His range is slightly longer than mine. Might as well just head out, my man. I was trying. He just, I don't know. He just really wanted to stick with me. But yeah, it's, he had... Most of my combo requires immobilizing someone and then landing this, which I can't move while channeling this. So I have to get them immobilized and do that. And he could break out of every single immobilize I did. Nerf warriors. What can you put on the Hades playlist? That was part of an old bot that I'm not using anymore. I don't have easy access to that. But I agree, World v World needs some more interesting music. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I could tweak on my build that would suddenly have made it dangerous to that guy. And I'm not sure. Likewise, I mean, he bursted me down to half a few times, but he never killed me either. Oh wait, this is like an event. Mike, I saw your program on Discord about the new program replacing stream elements. How's the new program working? It's got some snags. I mean, as soon as I started the stream, like for example, it was supposed to import all the commands from stream elements, and it did. But it also imported all the timers, and for some reason enabled them all. So as an example, whenever I do a sponsored stream, they're usually like, oh, every 30 minutes, can you have it say, please download Clash of Clans in your chat? So we had like dozens of please play this game, please play that game, all start spamming chat at the same time. So once we realized that, I stopped it. But for some reason, it kept happening on YouTube, and I couldn't stop it there. So I temporarily banned the bot from YouTube. And I'm going to, because I couldn't figure out how to stop it. So I just banned the bot from YouTube for 24 hours while I figured it out. Still, you were holding your own. Well done. Thank you. Yeah, Druid and Untamed, I can play about that well. But, other classes, definitely not. I feel kind of bad for his buddy, because like when his friend would come over, I would just down his friend, and then I would try to just pile up a ton of damage and conditions on the good guy while he was reviving his friend, and, you know, try to basically use the friend as bait to hit the other guy. But even then, I couldn't get him down. Like, he was trying very hard to keep his pal alive, but... And I was trying to keep his pal not dead, but downstate, and then use that to get more damage on the other guy, but it just didn't work. He was too good. I honestly couldn't even tell you what his melee weapon was. I know he was swapping between a rifle and some kind of melee weapon, but I couldn't even tell you what it was. I know he had a reflect that he was occasionally using. I think it was hammer. I don't know. It was staff. Oh, you know, he was using staff the second time we fought. I'm actually wondering if he changed weapons between our two conflicts. Because I saw him do the pull with the staff on the second encounter, but I didn't see it on the first one. If I somehow had quickness in the build and I used it right when I was doing Astral 5, that could be pretty nasty, but... Just to get the Astral 5 off faster. I know, Relic of the Pirate Queen would be 1.5 seconds. I don't know, maybe? You know what? I'll try to fight. I'll see if I can fight. So the idea here with Relic of the Pirate Queen would be I Astral 3 to daze the enemy, which triggers Relic of the Pirate Queen, and then I could cast the 5 a little faster. But we'll see if it actually works. Why even keep all those old adverts? Remnant, you're not wrong. So there usually, there's like a disable button, right? Here, hang on. I can show you. So, here, download Raid Shadow Legends. And I would like turn it on, and then it's happening, and then I just turn it off when I'm done with it. And the thing is Raid actually came back and sponsored me like 5 times. So each time they sponsored me, I just flipped it back on. I didn't have to rebuild that whole thing. But if I deleted it entirely, I would have to rebuild it. So often what I would do whenever I finished with a sponsor is I would just disable the sponsor stuff and I wouldn't delete it. That way I could turn it back on if I ever needed to. But 9 times out of 10 I would never need to, but on occasion there were some. So that was the reason. So I basically had like 3 pages of disabled commands, and then like 8 pages of normal commands or something like that. But then for some reason after the import, all of them enabled. And then it was just spam. Lots of spam. They killed basically all sources of Quicken Lack in World v World. Yeah, but I'm just talking about for a moment for burst. Like, for example, Quickening Zephyr. I could use this, and that's 4 seconds. That's enough for burst. But I don't know if I want to devote a utility slot for that. I could. I don't know if I want to, though. It's also stun break, yeah. But if I'm using it for the burst moment, then I'm giving it up for the stun break moment. What's a bigger sacrifice, utility slot or relic? Well, the relic is a 1.5 seconds of quickness. So will that be enough? I don't know. We'll see. Like, I think I just used it right there, but I honestly didn't even notice it. I need to test it on more NPCs. But the utility slot would be 4 seconds of quickness. That's definitely enough. Doesn't Sigil of Celerity do the same thing? Wait, Sigil of Celerity? Hold on. Gain quickness for 5 seconds after disabling a foe for 20 seconds. I'll keep that in mind. I will try... Here, hold on. Alright, we're gonna try this right now. Yeah, so there, it did work there. I would say I got half of the Astral 5 channel off during the quickness from Pirate Queen. That was good. That was good. That was really good. Oh, he's got AED. Oh no, he's got the Angry Warrior thing. Does he have AED again? Yes, he does. You wanted this fight. Why are you running so much? AED? Yep. Is there a Necro here? Yep. Yeah, so that was actually a little noticeable. It definitely made the burst happen faster. Because like I would Astral 3, which dazes them and immobilizes them for 1 second. And then I would be able to go into the Astral 5 channel, you know, that much more quickly. Oh, God. Really? You don't want the other guy that's, like, capping your thing? Baka. I don't know where the Necro went. I do not know where the Necro went. Okay, okay, so there's 1 blue, 2 reds, and me 1 green here. I think that person died from fall damage. Crap. This is not good. Ah, man, yeah. Yep, they got me. The person that died from fall damage was actually that Necro that was really good. I was hoping the person that died from fall damage was one of the reds, and then, because it was 2 reds, 1 blue, and me 1 green, and I thought the person that fell was one of the reds, but it was the freaking good Necro, and I needed him alive. And with him dead, then all the reds turned to me. He disappointed me, chat. Let's see. Alright, this will actually be a great time for a restroom break. Give me just a minute, chat. I will be right back. Okay, right. Okay. Feels good. The only way they got you was gaining up on you. Yeah, I think I killed the one hollow, and he was good, but I was able to kill him. But then he respawned while I was fighting the other people, and could not handle him and them at the same time. I didn't really have time to get a read on the others because I got just kind of swarmed there at the end. Let's see here. I want to see... Hold on, I want to test something, chat. So, Alright, poison ticks. Looks like 363. And it lasts a while, almost like 10 seconds. So probably near 3,000 poison. So that's the Sigil of Doom. So one thing that non-rangers or non-druids might not know, and it's going through my head right now, is when you go into astral form like this counts as a weapon swap. And if you are on a weapon, you will trigger the sigils of that weapon if they're off cooldown. So that Superior Sigil of Doom is okay, but it triggers when you go astral, or when you come back from astral if you were in it for 9 seconds, and when you swap to the short bow. Or if I'm on staff, it'll use those sigils when I go astral. What was the one that you mentioned? Celerity? 5 seconds of quickness after disabling a foe. That 20-second cooldown is interesting, but where's an NPC? That should mean that if I have the short bow in hand, if I do this, yeah, and then the full channel is twice as fast. "20-second cooldown though, so like every other avatar, if I'm camping short bow, every other avatar would have huge burst window. So then this would become pointless. And I could put that back to speed. You can weapon swap Life of NG holding a bomb. Yeah, but equipping and unequipping kits counts as weapon swaps too. That's why they have internal cooldowns. For people like you. Really? Yeah. Yeah, when you equip and unequip a kit, that counts as a weapon swap. Also, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think when a Revenant swaps legends, that also counts as a weapon swap. Like, there's a couple of weird ones. For Ellie's, swapping elements. Because otherwise, Ellie's and engineers couldn't utilize that stuff. Cough drop. If you have 2 triggers of quickness, would they trigger? Yeah, Plague, that's what happens. Is just a moment ago, I ended up getting 6.5 seconds of quickness. But the 5 seconds is plenty. Oh, this is that same Reaper I was struggling with earlier. Rooted. Well, this Dragon Hunter has a whole lot more burst than I do. I'm like, this is that guy I struggled with. I should prepare for a fight. And then Dragon Hunter went bonk. Honestly, when I'm not pulling people off walls, I kind of feel like the Land Shark's better. Because every 20 seconds, it does an almost guaranteed CC, because it teleports to them and knocks them down. Unless they, like, dodge roll it. Think Radiant Forge. Anything that changes your 1 through 5. So when I go Avatar, when a Firebrand equips their tomes, I'm pretty sure all of that is weapon swaps, as far as the game is concerned. Even mounting and dismounting is a weapon swap. If you have sigils that trigger on weapon swap, and you run up to an enemy, and then you, like, you're in combat, and then you dismount, it will trigger your weapon swap stuff. What? Well, maybe he's not as scary if he doesn't have his friends. He did hit really hard, though. He might be like Berserker stats. But he is also kind of squishy. How do you get here? Oh, this is his spawn. Okay, that's how. I don't know about Legends, but yeah, kind of weapon changes will work on swaps. A few people in the Twitch chat said that yes, Legends do count as swaps, so I think I was right on that. Now, Druid CA is, well, I mean, many of them are like this, but going into Druid CA, sometimes I just do like one move and then leave. So it's like I weapon swap in and I trigger the sigils, but then the sigils have an internal cooldown, right? So then when I weapon swap out after 1 second, it doesn't trigger them on the way out because of that. I see him over there, but if he doesn't attack me, I'm gonna leave him alone. I'm just here for fun fights, not trying to farm someone that I was able to beat. Unless he wants to do a rematch. Get out of my circle. Get out of my circle. I think he wanted to go to the synthesizers. That was funny. I just ran up to him and he's like, okay, 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 and he leaves. Oh. Oh, we're doing this? I was typing /bow. Whoa! Video card crashing. Does it take away from the sign of respect when my Golem Chad is just wailing on his corpse? Dude, what is he doing? Okay. My heal was on cooldown when we started this. I think he's tilted. A plat champ losing repeatedly to bronze. Oh, is he plat? I told you, I have such a bad habit of, like, I look at the portrait and I'll recognize people because of their appearance. Like that guy, he has the tentacle hat. And I'm like, oh, a sir with the tentacle hat. It's that guy again. But I never look at the nameplate. Why is there a downstate blue over here? Oh, the supervisor beat him? I'm not gonna say no to that. I mean, to be fair, like, there are absolutely some builds that are like glass cannon that would struggle with like the tough NPCs, right? But that's just funny. It's just fun. I am really liking this sigil. It kind of makes some unexpected burst in your rotation. Like, you just play normally, and then it's like every 2 combos, it hits really fast. And then it's like, oh god! Muk, can you solo a keep? I mean, the next step would be trying to solo a tower. I haven't tried solo. It's like a tower is like that you break in and then usually maybe a couple of trash mobs and then just like the tower boss. I think I'd probably be okay. It would take a while. Keep boss is a whole nother step up. He almost soloed Stone Mist. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot. That was so beneath me. I forgot about that. You know, one thing I would like to look up. So, Relic of Speed. Relic of Speed makes swiftness go from 33% to 66%. However, as most of you know, when you enter combat, you're slower than when you're out of combat. You can feel that immediately. So I'm wondering, how much is that 66% when you're in combat? Due to movement speed caps, this improvement is only evident while in combat. So if you're, I mean, when I'm out of combat, I'm usually on the mount, so that's fine. Okay. So it is as advertised, which is 66%. Muk, can you play the Dancing Little Muk video or give a link? I can. The chatbot is busted on YouTube right now, so I'm going to copy paste it over from the other side. That's it right there. Thanks. Sure. Muk, what do I need to do to claim the Discord giveaway? Oh, has it drawn the winner? Let me see. Hang on. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see. Meeks won a copy of Deck of Haunts. Hey, congratulations. I apologize. I should have reached out to you already, but I suck, and I forgot because I was messing with exploding bots all day. Let me see. Message Meeks, and message... Wave. Okay, I just slid into your DMs. Okay. After the stream, Meeks, so in like 30 minutes or so, I will get the game code out of my email, and I will send it to you via the Discord. Yeah, chat, after we revisited Deck of Haunts not too long ago, the developer sent me a thank you game code. So I made a giveaway raffle on the Discord. It looks like Meeks won it. Is the PvE new Stella accessory done? I have finished recording a guide on how to make it, and it is in my editor's inbox. I did not make the whole thing because it's very expensive and I don't need it. I already have Aurora and Vision, but I have begun the process of making a guide on it. Muck, what do you think about Guild Wars 3? I'm guessing you're asking this because of Mighty Teapot's video? Everything he said sounded very logical. I think he could be completely right. The only thing that I have pointed out to people for a long time is often when games are announced, especially in current era, they go into early access and then you don't get the full version of the game for like a couple years. Or like, you know, there's Silksong, where Silksong, they announced Silksong and we didn't get it for 6 years. So I would just say that, like, if they announce it, if they truly have been developing it in secret for like 5 years and they announce it and they're like, hey, Guild Wars 3 is in 2 months, that would be amazing, right? I would be cheering with you guys. I'm very skeptical of that. Like, I'm thinking like, okay, if they do announce it, we'll probably have to wait a while just because I'm so used to that. But if that does happen, that would be amazing. It's like, we do know they're making something. We just don't know what it is. But Teapot's video laid it all out really well, I think. But all the money I spent on fashion. A couple thoughts on that. One, you could have it to where the way that Path of Exile 1 and 2 did it, where if you bought something cosmetic, you got it in both games, and they copied all your cosmetics over. That was cool. That's a huge undertaking, though. Another thing is Hall of Monuments, where if you had anything major, you know, like legendaries and stuff, that you also got it in the Guild Wars 3. Or something related to it, you know? Because like in Guild Wars 1, you get some big stuff and you get some rewards in Guild Wars 2. They should do that between 2 and 3 also. Ooh, he dodged my harpoon. He stunned me, but I immobilized him. Considering this is a 2v1, this guy's doing very well for himself. Dazed him. That quickness burst again. He's on that nasty amalgam build that uses disables to get quickness. I don't know his build. I just know that he was holding up really well considering that there was 2 of us on him. How are strikes queued for now? Strikes are now called raid encounters. And there are these flags in certain cities, like there's one in Mistlock. And there are also, there's a big red portal in the, sorry, I'm holding back a sneeze. There's a big red portal in the raid room. And if you go up to that portal, you can queue for, or not queue, sorry. You can go into any of those things. What? Oh, there we go. That was me hitting the plus chip button. It was being weird. Is that the guy we just fought? No, that's a bouncy boy. Hello, bouncy boy. Would you like to play? I stunned him in midair so he couldn't glide. Short bow 5. Minute 20 on this base. Just hanging out for a minute. I don't want to run up there and be kiting around an invulnerable boss for another minute. But that guy hates you right now. Probably, but we're right by his respawn. He just went, weren't, and then died right there. Muck, will you try out the Expanse game when it comes out? Absolutely. Absolutely. He's right there, chat. Ah, there he goes. See, if I had been up there kiting around that boss, he would have just attacked me just now. Oh no, he's coming back. Does he see me? Ah, dang it. Oh no, he sees me. What do I do? Oh no. I was hoping he would chase me down here. I don't... If I can fight just him without the guards, I would. Yikes. All right. You need more condition cleanse, sir. Actually, I guess as a, what is it called? As a Revenant, you don't really get to pick the buttons on your skill bar. You just gotta use them. Poor guy, doesn't seem like he knows how to press his buttons. I mean, he chased me. Muck, is this build available in PvP? The build, sure, but you would have to use different stats on your gear. Right now, the Mesmer melted him. I barely did anything. I dazed him, but then the Mesmer did it. Anyway, yeah. So the stats I'm using right now, I'm using 2/3 Trailblazer, 1/3 Apothecary. In PvP, you would have to pick different stats. We have every supply camp on the map except that one. You still trying to farm your Leggie? Mm-mm. I mean, technically, what I am doing right now is progressing me toward the one thing I need to make the Leggie. I don't know if I'm going to make it, though. I am just playing for fun. I have a PvP version. Yeah, if people can find it buried in your difficult to find any YouTube channel. Rant over. Paper roll. I have made an upgrade to your build. I'm using Sigil of Celerity. So every other time I use Astral 3-5, it happens really fast and it catches some people off guard. Oh, someone just took this back. Losing the cover of Doom and Geo never felt fine to me. It didn't even... Wait, what? The build didn't even have Geo before. It was Doom and Energy. Now I'm wondering if I made a mistake or in my frustrating sifting through your YouTube channel if I clicked on the wrong video for the guide. Paper roll YouTube. Okay, so first I was watching the Ranger is Amazing World v World Roamer video. And that one doesn't show the build, because you're mean. And then I scrolled back and 2 months ago I found Ranger designed for outnumbered solo roaming video. Hang on. Where's the build? Where's the build? Where's the build? Wait, does this video show the build? I have such a love-hate relationship with Paper Roll Chat. He doesn't show his freaking builds. And the build's not linked down here either. Here? No, I'm making a point. Condition PvP Druid. Is this it? If I don't show him how tough this is for his viewers, he'll never fix it. I can't even tell what weapon types those are. Like an axe and a scythe or something? Okay. Does he ever mouse over the sigils? He's talking about amulets or something. Still talking about amulets. Rune of the Trapper. Okay. Agony. And cleansing. Escape and energy. Agony and cleansing. That's not Doom and Geo either, sir and or madam. Okay. Hold on. What was Geo? Yeah, I haven't... I don't know. One of your videos said Doom and energy. Or, nah, yeah. That's PvP, not World v World. Well, I can't find it. You don't link it under any of your videos. Inflict nearby foes with bleeding for 8 seconds after swapping to this video. This weapon. I've been killing people without you. I don't know. We could try it. I don't know how much damage it actually does, but I know celerity has been nice, but we could give it a whirl. See what happens. I know this one's close range, so I have to be close to the enemy when I weapon swap. If I, like, Astral 3 them from far away, then they're going into... Like, if I go into Astral and then 3 them from far away, it's not going to proc it. I gave you the World v World link.
Mom. The YouTubers are fighting again.
Oh yeah, I swapped out Glyph of Equality. It's currently Protect Me for me. I don't know. Glyph of Equality without stability just felt so bad. Let's see. Yeah, he's got Doom and Geo in this link. Cleansing and energy on the staff. Lots of World. I don't have that many World v World infusions. Just curious, is the build the same? What? Why are they all suddenly mad? Oh, this blue guy made them mad. No, he rallied. Okay, we're okay. We're all right. We're all right. He rallied from the other guy dying, the NPC. Oh, also, swap Signet for Sharpening Stone. No, actually, I started Sharpening Stone. And then when I had to dig deeper and deeper into the depths of your YouTube channel to find the build link, I found the old video you were using Signet. So then I was like, you know what, I'm going to try it. Because I know how the Sharpening Stone feels. I'll try Signet. And I tried Signet. I'm like, this is pretty cool. So I swapped from Stone to Signet. Also, I used a Boga if I need to pull people off the walls, but when I don't need to pull people off the walls, I've swapped to the Shark. Shark's been good to me. Hey, Mike, I'm going back. It's time for discussing React content. Have a good one. Okay. Okay. Muck using full Trailblazer or mix. You know what? I actually have this link because Paperroll did something out of the ordinary and he made a link for his build, and I'm going to give it to you. There you go. That's what I'm using. I'm going to bully you forever, Paperroll. Until you fix it. The burst is beautiful. Sometimes, like, the thing is, you're already putting bleeding on them. So if you sharpen it, that's just more bleed stacks, which is still completely removed with a single cleanse. So, but yeah, there are some moments, yes, it's amazing. But there's other moments, it's like, ah, dang it. It all just got removed. Those two wall pulls were hilarious. By the way, Muck, you should put those in a short. I don't know if I marketed them. Might have to go back into the depths of the VOD to find them. I need to find an NPC and test out the Geo thing and see how hard it hits. Like, is there a pet with a stun break? On the F2? No. Alright, so that was just from weapon swapping. Interesting. The Geo is triggering the Doom. So Geo hit them when I weapon swapped, and then Doom added poison to the next attack, which was Geo. Make a short on that guy who was gliding that you shot out of the air. We'll see. $30 on this. Now, way back in the day, there was actually a trait for Soul Beast that when you would merge, it would stun break you, and they took it away. Now it was called Unstoppable Union, and the running joke after they nerfed it was it is now Stoppable Union. I think the book is most obvious, most telegraphed wall pull in World v World. Anyone that falls for it deserves it. Yeah, I feel like 9 times out of 10 when I use the Iboga pull, it doesn't land. Because, like, it says it's 1200 range. It doesn't friggin' feel like it. So, you know, that was a niche situation. I swapped to it. I used it. But for, like, a, you know, just fight to fight, I really like every 20 seconds the shark that just comes up from underneath them and knocks them down. Lost Kelangos, I think I can answer that one. He likes the glyph of a quality because it also dazes people around you, so sometimes you can use it offensively to chain CC them to death. And then sometimes you can use it defensively as the stun break. Protect Me is just only defensive, but it's a better defensive choice. Does Leggie Sigil, Rune, and Relic add a cosmetic effect to the character? No, none of those do. Any idea how we get the 25 stacks of supply packs? Poost. There's a merchant called the Siege Master at your base camp in every zone, and he will buy 250 of any siege blueprints, and he will give you the thing that you want in exchange. So if you just keep bringing stacks of blueprints to that guy, you can get what you need for, so I think it's 6,250 of them. But, so yeah, you could buy the, like, stacks of blueprints from other people, or just use ones you've got saved up from World v World. Can you drop them from reward tracks? I know they come out of boxes that you get, like, just while playing, but I don't know exactly which boxes drop them. 'Cause I'm just playing and I periodically just get those things. Paper Roll, I got a question for you. World v World Ranger Senpai. If you got Sigil of Doom, and then Sigil of Doom. Your next hit after weapon swapping poisons. And let's say your first hit after you weapon swap is this. Astral 3-5. Would it poison all the targets if it hits multiple targets? I know that in the past, like, you could do that with Ancient Seeds to immobilize a bunch of targets, so I was wondering if it works the same way. Skirmish chests can give you 2 blueprints if you select siege blueprints from them. Right there. I'd say if I'm working on the legendary, most of my boxes are going to these things, though. The sigil doesn't, sadly. Boo. Yeah, for part of tonight, Paper Roll, I was playing around with for a while I used Relic of the Pirate Queen, and then for a while I was using Sigil of Celerity, just for the occasional, like, burst. Because, you know, just having a few seconds of quickness, like when you go from Astral 3 to 5, having that thing to just channel that much faster was so good. There was a warrior I fought earlier, somewhere in the VOD if you care, and we dueled for like 15 minutes, and then finally we just went separate ways. Like, he'd never let me Astral 5 him. Because he was a warrior, every time he used a movement skill, he would break Immobilize. I could never lock him down, and he avoided every single Astral 5. Ooh. There's, I think, 2 people and a pet there? Oh, nope, there's more of them. Oh god, there's so many. I would love to fight 1 or 2 of those. That's so many, though. It's almost midnight, so I'm looking for an opportunity to do something stupid. She wasn't paying attention. And that was 2. Mike, when are you doing a practice speedrun for the next PoE2 league? I don't know. PoE2 is a lot of fun, but there's just so many games I want to play right now. Sigil's very short quickness, not worth losing the Doom of the Geo. It's 5 seconds! 5 seconds of quickness is a lot of abilities. I am using the Doom Geo right now, though. Like, Doom Geo is basically, with a 9-second cooldown, your burst is stronger if you were close to them before you started the burst. The Celerity is, with a 20-second cooldown, your burst is stronger. Oh, I was... Dude, that cast bar that I died on was my, my heal. I could have dodged then heal, but I thought I could get it off. GG. If you feel better with a Celerity, go for it. I use it with a longbow. I don't know. I feel like I just do so little damage with longbow. Doing longbow staff, I just feel like my damage is just so much worse than with the Condi build. I don't know. Maybe I could try it tomorrow. Yeah, I feel like I could have beaten that guy, but I had to play that. Like, one, he engaged me and I had the wrong pet out at the beginning. I usually start with Shortbow Turtle, and I think I had the shark out at the beginning. I like to soften them up and then swap to the shark and then stun them when they're, like, you know, trying to recover. Oh, well. Had a lot of fun fights today. Let's head back. Where's the real chip? He has not stopped by since we started the stream. He's around somewhere. I think Muck is seriously tilting some of these Diamond and Plat World Worlders with how they keep coming back after him. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they can't see my name, right? But I always use the hat, so maybe they recognize me or something. Or maybe, like you said, maybe they care that they lost to a bronze. I have no idea. You got a couple of the boxes the recycled siege comes out of? I did? Wait. I didn't... Hold on, what boxes the recycled siege come out? No. Between the unidentified green and yellow. Oh, these ones? The ones that require keys? I got a banner and 1 memory. Sell the junk? Yeah, well, in a minute. You know, on that, Kelcro, the thing you said about, you know, them possibly being tilted by me, you know, we could make it worse and either equip the Dreamer or that Christmas skin that makes the short bow looks like a slingshot. Pew, 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 pew. Just kill him with that. I got 3 spoons. Don't think... What is it called? Like pile of recycled siege or something? I don't think I got any. I don't think I got any. Pair it with a unicorn finisher? Oh god. Maybe, I don't know. When I mentioned that longbow felt like so much less damage, I was, you know, drawing on experience from PvP. I haven't really tried it World v World. Could give it a whirl tomorrow. I'd have to change the stats on like all the... Do I have like another weapon set? Or sorry, like equipment template? What is this? Oh, I think that's the DPS heal Untamed. The 10k DPS healer. I could buy another build or equipment template. I'll figure it out. Well, with that, chat, we did some disgusting React content. We also finally finished the script for the World v World guide. I'm very happy about that. So that is checked off of my list of things I need to do, and had a lot of fun on World v World today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. A few plugs on the way out. If you're new to my channel, my name is Muck. I stream every evening and every weekday morning. I will be back tomorrow evening after some rest. As always, hit the follow button if you are new here on Twitch. Subscribe to the YouTube channels if you are not subbed to those. There's links to that going up in the chat, except on YouTube where the bot is broken. I'm working on that. And a special thank you to the patrons. They keep this channel alive with their support. I could not do this without them. Link to that in the chat if you're interested. Shilling complete. You guys have a great evening. I am going to raid someone on the Twitch side because there's a lot of people here AFK farming drops. Let me see who's live that we can bless with all of your presence. Emmy is live. Does she have drops on? Yes, she does. That'll do. It says silent stream working on Infallible. Infallible is beating all the raids without dying. So this should be tense. I'll see you guys over there. Have a good one. I'll be back tomorrow.